Good morning. This board meeting is called to order, and I'd like to announce the board met in closed session via Zoom, and the following action was taken. Public employee discipline dismissal release complaint, resolution number 46 for a non-reemployment of long-term substitutes and temporary certificated employees. The board took action to approve the release of long-term substitute and temporary certificated employees pursuant to Education Code 44954 by a unanimous vote. Resolution number 47 for placing classified employees, a classified employee on compulsory leave of absence. The board took action and to place a classified employee on a compulsory leave of absence by a unanimous vote. Good morning and welcome to the Elk Grove Unified School District virtual special board meeting via the Zoom webinar platform. We thank you for joining us and ask for your patience in advance as we navigate this platform for conducting school board meetings. Legislative bodies, including school districts, are now permitted to hold board meetings telephonically or by other electronic means because on March 17th, 2020, the governor issued Executive Order N2920, suspending certain provisions of the California Ralph M. Brown Act. In addition, consistent with the March 19th, 2020 shelter-in-place order issued by the governor, Executive Order N3320, the Sacramento County Shelter-at-Home orders issued on March 19th, 2020 and April 7th, 2020, and the Center for Disease Control Social Distancing Guidelines, which discourage public gatherings, this special board meeting is being conducted via the Zoom webinar platform. Public comments can be submitted to the board about items on the special board meeting agenda. Because this is a special board meeting, only comments directly related to an item on the agenda will be read during the appropriate part of the meeting. Individuals with questions or comments on general school district issues may be addressed those issues at a regularly scheduled board meeting. All electronic public comments that were submitted to the board through the Google platform will be provided to the board in writing. Please be advised that everyone participating via Zoom webinar is muted and all board member votes will be by roll call. Members of the board present today are myself, Board President Beth Albiani, Board Clerk Dr. Crystal Martinez-O'Leary, Board Member Nancy Cheris Espinoza, Board Member Carmine Forcina, Board Member Gina Jamerson, Board Member Tony Perez, and Board Member Mr. Sean Yang will join us at 12 o'clock. Due to the nature of today, we will, and it being a work day, we will have Ms. Jamerson leave for a meeting in the middle of the day, and Ms. Cheris will not be available after 2:30. In addition, today's Zoom webinar meeting is being video recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube channel. We'd like to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. And since I neglected to ask anybody to do the Pledge of Allegiance, I guess, oh, you want to volunteer, Mr. Perez? Oh, you have the flag though. Well, I will happily lead it. So I don't know how to do it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I do believe Rob might be better at it. I have an opening and review of the day from Mr. Hoffman.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Alviani, appreciate it. So looking forward to the day, opportunity for two of our regions to share some of the exciting work that's going on. So we'll have the Florin region first, and then the Franklin region will join us. I anticipate a little bit of energy as folks are ramping up for kids to start rolling back into schools next week. So looking forward to those presentations. And then we have the afternoon session is filled with some really important information. The first one will be an update on our early inclusive ed expansion program and the ability to reuse the old, I don't know if that's the right term, but the old Franklin Elementary school. Now that we built the new one, really great opportunity to serve our preschool students. So we'll give the board an update about that work. Then we do have a consent agenda with some technology pieces that we need to get done. The sooner we get them done, the sooner we order. Trying to get technology right now is a huge challenge. So if we get a couple week head start instead of waiting till the 23rd to get those approved, we can just move forward. So that will be helpful to us. We appreciate that. We do have a resolution of the International Day of Elimination of Racial Discrimination. And that's actually, that date's going to happen prior to our regularly scheduled board meeting on the 23rd. So we wanted to make sure that we had that resolution passed by the board, and then we'll make sure we provide information to our school sites with regard to that. And then second interim budget is that time of year. Very exciting that if you remember, we did do a negative certification of that first interim. And I think we were one of 3 districts in the state that I will say gave an honest look at their budget, because I don't know how you could get 0 COLA for 3 straight years and be able to meet your obligations. So we did that. Mr. Pierce and Ms. Hayes had to do some additional work as a result of us being honest, but I think it was the right thing to do. But I'm happy to say that the second interim will be a positive certification. It's amazing what happens when the governor puts COLAs into budgets instead of 0 COLA. So that's exciting news. Our regularly scheduled board priorities. This is the first opportunity for the board to engage. These are existing board priorities that are tied to existing positions, and we want to make sure that we get those folks approved so we don't have to notice them. We did share this information with our partners in education group, and they were all supportive moving forward with these 2 recommendations at this time, knowing there's a whole lot of budget work moving forward this spring. Regular budget, which is enough, plus we have AB 86 with the additional dollars that will come earlier than the regular state dollars, and we have the second and third allocations from the federal government stimulus. So there's a lot of work to do on budget, a lot of exciting stuff. We're going to be able to do some really, really cool work moving forward, but a ton of work to be ready for that. And then the highly anticipated conversation about our how we're going to do public comment moving forward. So that's probably the most popular, based on our public comments today, the most popular topic. And so we'll wrap up the day with that, so we can make some adjustments moving forward. So that's our day. So thank you.
Thank you. So let's get started with our regional feeder pattern. From the Florin region, here we go. Soriano? How'd I do? I might have learned it. Ms. Soriano, do you have any public comment related to this item?
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no public comments related to this item.
Thank you. Dr. Grewal and Mr. Murray, would you please present?
Yes, good morning. Thank you, President Albiani, and good morning to the board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos, and Cabinet. Principals from the Florin region will be sharing information about distance learning in terms of how it's going, student engagement, student progress, social and emotional learning, some of the challenges and successes they've experienced. I'll introduce the principals, and when I call your name, if you can wave. We have Rudy Ortega from Florin High School, and Sonia Rambo from Rudder Middle School, Alan Williams from Daler and Las Flores, Paul Cordero from Florin Elementary, Scott Hadley from Jackson Elementary, Sandra Brown from Kennedy Elementary, Sherry Sanchez from Kirchgater Elementary, and Katrina Baggett from Reese Elementary. And I understand, Sherry, you'll be getting us started today.
Absolutely, thank you. Good morning, President Albiani, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. At our last board meeting, I remember speaking to you about how impressed I was with our highly dedicated teachers at Kirchgater Elementary, many of whom have spent their whole careers here at Kirchgater. Through the past couple of years, we have continued to make tremendous positive changes to our school's culture and climate, as well as to our students' academic success. Now more than ever, relationships matter at Kirchgater. Teachers are working harder than ever to make meaningful connections with each and every student, many of whom they've never met in person. So as you know, many of the activities that helped us to bond with our students in the past have been temporarily taken away during this pandemic time. So our typical activities such as band and choir, talent shows, glow dances, cheerleading, student leadership, kindness squads, co-ed basketball and volleyball, numerous community service projects such as socks for the homeless shelters and candy for our troops overseas, all have made Churchgator an engaging place where students want to be. However, during these trying times, our school's culture and climate have remained a strength. Our recent distance learning and LCAP student needs survey showed that 91% of our students are satisfied with live instruction. 93% felt their educational needs are being met. 90% said they are learning new things every day and that everyone at the school is doing their best to help them. 93% are satisfied with the Chromebook and hotspots and feel their teachers have gotten better at teaching distance learning over time. On the other hand, 85% are satisfied with friendships and emotions and their mental health, but only 67% feel connected with their classmates. In addition, only 67% feel that they can stay focused on their schoolwork even when there are so many distractions at home. So while 88% of our students are overall satisfied with our school meeting their academic needs, only 75% of them feel overall engaged. So engagement is where we are focusing our efforts. Returning back to school will be a tremendous help in this area, as many schools or students, are desiring to feel more connected with their classmates and really need a more structured place to work so they can remain focused. Our school attendance has taken an upward turn. For many years, our yearly attendance average remained at 95%. This past year, it increased to 95.3. Currently, our attendance rate is sitting at 96.8. Our school office assistants and our school secretary, along with the school administration, have made it their daily drive to call and reach out to students who have not logged on to Zoom first thing in the morning. In addition to adding a personal touch by reaching out to our families on a daily basis, our office staff have become the best technology troubleshooting experts. They can solve many tech issues swiftly and confidently and do so every day. Another program which has helped many of our struggling families become more engaged with our school is our ACES Day Camp program, where students attend school on our campus from 7:30 in the morning to 3:30 in the afternoon. Prior to being in this program, many of these students were struggling to consistently log on or had a wide variety of extensive absences or tardies. After being in this program, the attendance issue for many of these students has vanished. In fact, several have had perfect attendance since entering our day camp. Of the 20 students who were chronically absent when entering the program, 11 have decreased their absences so much that they are no longer considered a chronically absent student. Although at times overwhelmed and exhausted, our teaching staff are as devoted as ever. Many are continuing to participate in professional development opportunities in the areas of culturally responsive teaching and social emotional learning, and many have connected with our families through porch visits. Needless to say, I am extremely proud of our Churchgator kids and of the staff who have dedicated their careers to making a difference for our children. Thank you for your interest in our school and with the progress we are making. I would like to introduce to you the principal of Isabel Jackson Elementary, Mr. Scott Hadley.
Thank you, Sherry. Good morning, everyone. I want to thank you for this opportunity to share and celebrate what we are doing to keep Isabel Jackson, Isabel Jackson. We are all aware of the changes and challenges that this year has brought, but our goal has been to stay true to our motto, we are Jackson. What that means is whether students are flooding through the gates as they did a year ago, or if they're at home in their pajamas staring at a Chromebook, we work to provide the best education we can to every one of our Jackson Jaguars, regardless if we are in distance learning, concurrent model, or full person instruction, we are Jackson. We have tried to keep a two-focus approach, connect and educate. To do this, our teachers and support staff have worked tirelessly to let the community know we are here for them. Connections and building relationships have been a focus prior to the pandemic. Before COVID-19, teachers were building relationships through morning meetings, circle time, targeted small groups, and one-to-one discourse. And the teachers are still doing that today. But instead of being face-to-face in a classroom, teachers are using Zoom, breakout rooms, Kahoot, Remind, Talking Points, Pear Deck, Seesaw, and so much more to connect and teach our students. We're trying to keep Isabel Jackson as close to normal as we can. We are still celebrating our students for the same things we celebrated before. We still hold our awards assemblies, celebrating honor roll and our character trait of the month. The admin team does Friday phone calls home. Our weekly video news announcements highlight our CIAs, character in action. those students who promote respect, responsibility, and safety in their virtual classrooms. What that looks like has changed, but what that means has not. We celebrate our perfect attendance. We celebrate the Jackson spirit with Spirit Days events, dance parties, and community events. This month, we celebrated Read Across America Day. As a virtual event, we were able to get participants beyond just Elk Grove. We had readers from around the state and the country. We had stories read in multiple languages, past and present. Elk Grove administrators visited classrooms virtually, and I heard there was an outstanding reading of Where the Wild Things Are. We had so much participation from the community that the students exceeded their daily reading goal, and now the admin team will be served pie in the face at our next Spirit Day. We don't just focus on the student connection, but the family connection as well. As hard as it has been for the staff and the students, I can only imagine the juggling the families have endured. To maintain our connections, we continue to have our principal chats, family literacy nights, and mad science virtual events. Under distance learning, the principal chat, parent meetings, IEPs, SSTs, and teacher conferences have had more participation from families with our virtual format than with when they were in person. Parents no longer have to take the day off of work or drive across town to get to a meeting. Prior to COVID, we would have a half dozen family members show up in the library for morning chat and a full dozen donuts. Virtually, our last meeting, we had nearly 10 times that. This is one of the things that we'll take forward to better support our community when this is all behind us. As stated by Ms. Sanchez, our region has continued our efforts toward implementing Avid in every classroom. Many of the Avid goals have been a staple to build engagement and collaboration amongst the students. Teachers continue to work in their PLCs to analyze data, share strategies and ways to implement them in virtual environment. We also have been using iReady to instruct, analyze growth, and close gaps in student learning. This has been a great source of support for our teachers and data when data has been a challenge to gather. Isabel Jackson is unique in that it is split between regions. Though our heart is in Florin, nearly 50% of our students go to Edward Harris Monterey Trail. This year, we joined the Monterey Trail Equity Coalition to build our community and develop an action plan to improve racial equity in educational outcomes, specifically related to Black African American students and families. We're excited about this work we have begun and are looking forward to collaborating with our community and sharing what we learned with the Florin region. Thank you for your time. I would like to now introduce our newest principal from David Reese Elementary, Patrina Baggett.
Thank you, Scott. And thank you so much for allowing me to come and present today about David Reese Elementary School. Reese is a visible learner school. Students are explicitly taught to be their own teacher, articulate what and how they learn, be resilient, and not to run away from a challenging task. Each month, we focus on one of 8 visible learner characteristics. These include learn from mistakes, never give up, and reach goals. Weekly, teachers identify a student that exemplifies the characteristic. We then recognize these students' birthdays and kindness reports for the week during our Admin Friday announcement videos. Monthly, we hold our PBIS Visible Learner Assemblies where students are selected to receive the Golden Eagle Award for being safe, kind, and productive, or honored for being a visible learner. This year, during our trimester awards, we will honor our EL students who have been redesignated, giving them the opportunity to be celebrated by their peers, families, and all school staff who have been involved in their education. We hope and anticipate that this will encourage our over 350 EL students to do their best during LPAC testing. We celebrate the diversity of our student population. We strive to learn about each other at its base begins with our own staff. We know this work and the work that must be done, and we started a book study in January with our focus on equity. We chose a summer workbook by Tamisha Williams, which helps you create awareness about yourself and your culture. We included any staff member who wanted to participate, which included teachers, paras, and our librarian, admin, and others. We learned about each other. We built a community of trust, understanding that this work will lead us to being able to move into the tough conversations regarding cultural responsiveness in the classrooms and the inequities that our school community faces. As part of this work and through the support of our school site council, we have increased our cultural material in both our school and classroom libraries to enable our students to learn about the cultures of their classmates as well as their own. Our attendance has gone through a variety of changes. In August, we had a number of students who we had we hadn't been able to connect with. Through efforts such as phone calls and porch visits from teachers and admin, and contact from our BTA, Mrs. Chavez, we were able to reduce the disconnected student population down to 0. In addition, when the decision was made to move to the concurrent model, our amazing office staff worked diligently with admin and teachers to get a true representation of parent choice. Since only 34% of our parents are connected through ParentView, we had to find other ways to gather their input. We divided up the parent list for about 900 students and made call after call. The FACE department also provided office hours for our families, supporting multiple languages, which enabled us to gather parent input and sign them up for ParentView. Finally, the FACE department trained 35 of our staff members for the virtual bridge visits, enabling us to build stronger relationships. We have a number of families who have needs outside of school. Their students had barriers that prevented them from accessing or focusing on instruction. From these students, or for these families, we were able to depend on another of our school partners, the Student Support Center housed at David Reese Elementary. This group provides unlimited support for all of our families, including our foster youth, as well as our homeless population of students. Because of our partnership, we have been successful in supporting families and their needs, which include providing backpacks, school supplies, connection to medical and dental support, and homeless foster youth services. Our day camp supports student connectivity. We have 3 cohorts of students who were invited to participate in the program through teacher recommendation, parent application, as well as notable attendance issues recognized by admin. We service 36 to 42 students each day, helping those students who were unable to stay connected via distance learning. Through conversation with teachers, we know that these have been positive experiences for the majority of these students, and attendance has definitely improved. We have learned to do so many things from a virtual platform, such as running for RET, CREST, Science Nights, admin lunch bunch, and family fitness events. Our admin team Friday announcements and principals Monday announcements allow us to continue to build connections with students as well as within our own school community. I'd like to take a moment to recognize my amazing team at Reese, teachers, paras, PBIS teams, my admin partners, custodians, our librarian and school nurses, SPED staff, and all individuals who come together as a whole through tireless effort to connect students to school and ensure that it is a safe and warm place for students to return. Thank you again for the opportunity to share the work that we're doing here to engage and invigorate our students at David Reese, where we dream it, believe it, and achieve it. Please allow me to introduce the principal of Samuel Kennedy Elementary, Mrs. Sandra Brown.
Thank you, Patrina. Good morning, everyone, members of the board and fellow colleagues. On behalf of the students, staff, and families of Samuel Kennedy Elementary School, it's my pleasure to address you this morning. But before I begin, I would like to personally like to thank collectively from all the elementary school principals, our assistant superintendent, Dr. Mindy Graywall, directors Martin Fine, Janet Anderson, and Liz Rueda. Their leadership has been key to helping all of our elementary principals through this past year. At Kennedy Elementary School, we believe that all children can and will achieve at high levels, even in a pandemic. We've been focusing on 3 areas: helping our families and students get connected and stay connected. We also know that we need to work collaboratively to engage our students through the distance learning model. And last but not least, use our data to make decisions. Back in March, we recognized that we had over 104 students not logging in every day, and we saw that our attendance rate was 83%. Our admin team went out weekly, pounding the pavement, even on Saturdays sometimes, to help connect with families, to get hotspots to homes and replace Chromebooks and tend additional needs. Our office staff became specialists and detectives in finding missing families and children. We worked closely with our attendance intervention office, translators and learning support services, and of course, our fabulous FACE team to reach out to families. We have improved our attendance rate by 11% since last March. We know there's still more room for improvement. We are moving in the right direction. I must add that COVID-19 has affected many of our families in the Florida region. We've had a few families within our region lose loved ones from this horrible virus. Thankfully, we've been able to provide some of our families with MHD counseling support services here and access to Care Solace. Secondly, with almost 1,000 students on campus and off campus and 42 teachers on staff, we knew we had to work together to be successful. Our students and support staff has been phenomenal. They went to work immediately looking for the best practices to help our students with their virtual learning. Our teachers continue to put forth their best effort every day, and I couldn't be more proud of them. In addition, our ACES program has been wonderful. This program has allowed us to help our most vulnerable students receive the additional support that they needed. This has been a game changer in how we support our families. Thank you for allowing us to continue this wonderful program. In addition, we've done some other fun things. We've been sending home postcards to our families when we catch kids doing things that are totally possum. We have hold PBIS Cougar of the Month assemblies, virtual dance parties, and every Friday, and a few sing-alongs. We've been known to eat a barbecued cricket when our students meet their attendance goals. And we're currently working on videos, our 3 W's, wash your hands, wear your mask, and watch your distance, starring our very own puppet, Cornelius the Cougar. We hold online parent university meetings with our fabulous CPL and EL coaches. And last but not least, we have to speak to talking points. This has been a game changer for our families. It has increased our parent communication, and I believe that it is at the highest level of communication we have ever had. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the work of Michelle Drake and her phenomenal team. She has truly worked miracles and changed our service model to support the families here in the Florida region. She has added 4 additional service areas so that we can make sure that all of our kids are getting fed, especially the 323 students who ride the bus to Kennedy regularly. Last but not least, we look at data. We recognized when we looked at our data during data days in February that we had over 100 newcomers that were not making progress. So we did what all good teachers and principals do. We hired retired Elk Grove Unified School teachers to help us create a second layer of intervention for our Tier 2 model. We have opened 2 newcomer classes, an intercession class, and are working on tutoring services. In closing, it's an honor to be the principal of Samuel Kennedy Elementary School. I'm also very grateful to work in the best region in our district with this phenomenal team. We look forward to having our students return next week, and we're preparing for the road ahead of us. Thank you for your time. I would now like to turn the time over to Paul Cordero, the principal of Florin Elementary School.
Good morning, President Alviani, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, everybody else. My name is Paul Cordero, and I am the principal of Florin Elementary. This is my 6th year here, and this has been a challenge, but I am so happy, as Superintendent Hoffman said, this is such a time of excitement, and I can't wait for the kiddos to come back. We're just so excited. It has been a challenging time for us, but there is now quite a bit of hope. We've had successes here at Florin Elementary. It's been a challenge to focus on those and keep our staff and students and parents really looking at the positive sides of things, but I think we have been successful. One of our biggest challenges has been to bring all of those elements that have made this a community, our celebrations, like my colleagues have said, and bring them to an online platform. So our multicultural months, how do we have our African American History Month via Google Slides? And how do we do our lunch clubs, which we do on a daily basis to try to bring our grade levels together, because our kids don't see each other because you're in different Zoom classrooms. So we do that on a daily basis. How do we do our talent show with people dancing in their living rooms and jumping rope outside? That has been a lot of fun. And I think a lot of these elements that we've done, as Mr. Hadley had said, we're going to continue to do because we've found better ways to do them. We do 2 videos a week here at Florin Elementary, which is improved communication. I do our Monday video, and our vice principal, Molly Sangling, does the Friday video. And that's been a revelation because I've taken our students places that they've never gone. We've gone on field trips to the river, to the Capitol. We've done Avid field trips to Sac State and to Sac City College. So they've gotten to see some different places that they normally haven't seen. As many of my colleagues have mentioned, ACES has been a lifesaver for us. At the beginning, it was difficult and heartbreaking to see our students struggling with disconnection, with anxiety, and our parents didn't know what to do with our students and were calling, begging us to take their kids. And luckily, we were able to open 2 classes here in ACES, and those students have thrived. And I'm telling you, me going out to spend recess with them and lunch has been a lifesaver for us as well. It's that little hint of normalcy. And as Ms. Sanchez said, their attendance has improved, their engagement has improved, their grades have improved. And so it's wonderful to see that we have that opportunity for our students. A couple of students at our school that have that kind of embody what some successes that we've had, like for example, are Joshua in 6th grade, and he and his family struggled at the beginning, just disconnected. And I think we all struggled with those 3 to 5 kids who just didn't connect at all, and we found them. We knew they were safe, but we couldn't get them to engage. And Ms. Sanglang and I visited that house no less than 10 times, knocking on the door to wake them up, bringing them new Chromebooks, showing them how to log on, and then finally that light bulb clicked, and he found that connection to the teacher who had worked just tirelessly to connect with that child. And now he's a computer graphics designer and has taught the class, and his attendance is perfect and his grades have shot up. And so we have several of those successes, although we still have a couple of kids who despite our best efforts are disengaged, but we've made sure they're coming back to in-person learning because we really want them to engage with our education here. I did some data collecting as well, like Ms. Brown, and I wanted to get a true idea of how our students were engaged and coming to school. Identified engagement as mostly to fully engage with turning in most of your work, participating, and good attendance. And in primary, they found 63% and intermediate 54%, whereas in a regular year, I would think that would be closer to 80-85%. For attendance, I asked teachers how many students typically are absent on a typical day, and then how many are late coming back from recesses, from computers, PE, because that's been a problem as well. And absent for a whole day, about 10% per class, and missing at least part of the day was 34% in primary and 29%. So that's pretty significant. So I'm glad that we're getting our kids back. I want to thank everyone, Dr. Graywall, the directors, and my fabulous Florentine. We work so well together and support each other. This has been a challenge for the principals. We're used to helping the teachers, helping the students, and it's been a challenge to stand at this computer for so long. But I'm so excited to be back. Thank you, board, for all of your work, and I can't wait for the next year. I'd like to introduce Sonia Rambo for James Rudder Middle School.
Thank you, Paul. Good morning. My name is Sonia Rambo, and I am the principal of James Rudder Middle School. This year, we have seen many successes and achievements. We are proud of our new science building and look forward to seeing students fill those new spaces soon. Our attendance has seen an increase over the course of the school year. We started the year with 81%, which was low and concerning. We quickly formed an attendance team to conduct virtual bridge visits and porch visits. We recently were named 5th in the district for number of virtual bridge visits, with 65 conducted, and our porch visits have now surpassed 150 visits and have been instrumental in reconnecting students. Our attendance rate has improved to 94% and is holding steady. We have focused on SEL this year as it has been a challenging time for our students, staff, and parents. Through Parent University and parent meetings, we have increased our numbers of participants by offering virtual opportunities to connect and support students. Our Title I parent engagement meeting in past years typically welcomed 6 to 10 parents. This year, we hosted 118 parents through our Zoom meeting. As we have prepared for reopening, we have focused our efforts on campus beautification and preparing our campus to welcome students to a safe and beautiful environment. Our 55-year-old campus is looking better than ever, and we have been sharing pictures with students, parents, and staff to build the excitement and school pride. We recently started an online parent newsletter, and we have already received great feedback and have seen improved parent communication. We want to thank staff for coming together to support each other through distance learning and preparations to reopen. Our teachers have gone to great lengths to engage students. One teacher, Mr. Schrader, has dressed up in a different costume and coordinating background every single school day. It's entertaining for the students and definitely keeps them coming back. The district's Curriculum and Professional Learning Department has been instrumental in supporting teachers and their transitions to distance learning and the concurrent learning model. Our PBIS team has been foundational in teaching students expectations and creating videos for reopening. Our activities director has delivered over 500 prizes to students, sends each student a birthday card, and makes a daily video bulletin to keep students connected. The front office staff and administrators have faithfully manned the office and assisted parents and students with technology needs and school supplies. Our VP, Ms. Seychow, has worked closely with administrators from other sites to address online behavior that has crossed virtual borders, as homes often have many of our shared students distance learning together in a small space. Our new VP, Ms. Swift, has spearheaded our campus makeover with a flood of black and gold everywhere you look. Our APC, Mr. Leva, has continued the after-school program in a virtual setting, offering tutoring to help students maintain academic stability. Our TIC and PBIS coordinator, Ms. Betancourt, has faithfully kept the positive vibes going and also works with some of our neediest students to provide one-on-one support for academic and social emotional growth. Our counselors have supported sixth graders in the Florin region by joining their Zoom classes to present information about middle school and electives to choose for next year. The counselors have also assisted Florin High School counselors with registering our 8th grade students for their upcoming 9th grade classes. Thank you for this opportunity, and allow me to introduce Principal Rudy Ortega.
Thank you, Ms. Rambo, and thank you for having us, as it is a pleasure to speak in front of the Board of Education today. Knowing that distance learning was going to be a big part of this school year, Florin High School's 2 areas of focus have been increase student and parent connectedness to our school, and 2, adapt and innovate our teaching practice to the distance learning model. To increase the connectedness in our classrooms, we have implemented a lesson framework where teachers begin classes with a welcoming activity, move to an engaging learning experience, and finish with an optimistic closure on a daily basis. Our teachers have worked extremely hard adapting their teaching practices to ensure lessons are engaging through the use of platforms such as Jamboard, Padlet, and Pear Deck. We have also taken active steps to increase our ties with our parents and community. The introduction of talking points has been a blessing, as it has allowed our teachers to communicate more directly with parents without needing translation services. In borrowing a best practice from our friends at Rudder, we put forward a concentrated effort in conducting porch visits to better connect with our habitually truant students. In fact, we've conducted over 200 porch visits since January alone. In addition, we have started a Black student support network and hosted multiple parent meetings throughout the school year with an increased attendance rate at all of them. Even with the best laid plans, distance learning has been difficult for our community. We've seen a decrease in engagement in multiple areas. First, we have a low percentage of students showing their faces during instruction, which has added a barrier to connectedness in our classrooms. In addition to a lower attendance rate, we've seen an increase in mental health concerns with a 33% increase of MTSS referrals compared to this time last year. An example of the hardships this pandemic has caused on our community was with a student who had a 3.1 GPA prior to the pandemic and was tasked with monitoring her 4 younger siblings' educational experience during distance learning. The effect of the task began to be too much, and she began to withdraw from school. Thankfully, a teacher noticed this and submitted an MTSS referral. Our Tier 2 team acted quickly, with our counselor reaching out and providing supports not only to the student, but to the family as how they can better support the student in an effort to get her back on track. Currently, the student has regained her previous academic levels, is working towards graduation, and is on track to be A through G complete at the end of the year. Even through these difficulties, our amazing staff continues to build programs that support students and analyze how we can better serve our community. Specifically, our Law Academy was just recognized as a California Distinguished Partnership Academy, which is the highest honor a CPA can earn and the second such academy in the Elk Grove Unified School District to receive the distinction. An area we have focused on this year is improving how we as adults at Florin High School show up for our students. We have 2 separate learning groups, one focused on racial literacy and identity, and another about equitable grading practices. These are small cohorts of teachers and administrators learning together with the goal of sharing with the rest of the school in the future. Finally, the Florin region contains the finest educators this district has to offer, and Florin High School is lucky to be the beneficiary of all of the hard work our elementary and middle schools are doing. It's an honor to be the principal of Florin High School and serve our wonderful community in preparing our students for college, career, and life readiness. Again, thank you for all for having us here today. I now introduce Mr. Alan Williams, principal at William Daylor High School.
Thanks, Mr. Ortega. Good morning. It's good to be back with all of you. Today I come as principal of William Daylor High School. That's us, upper right-hand corner of the background. Go Owls, all right. So William Daylor High School is one of the 3 continuation schools in the Elk Grove Unified School District. And despite the best efforts of my colleagues at the comprehensive high schools, there's always going to be a handful of kids that fall behind in credit to the point that they're not likely to graduate from their school of residence. And that's where continuation comes in. Continuation school, our mission is to provide credit deficient students with an opportunity to recover credit, succeed academically, and earn their high school diploma. And I believe that at William Daylor High School, our teachers and staff are up to that challenge. Speaking of challenges, this year has been a challenge. I'm not going to deny that. Engaging students that are already disengaged from the educational process has been one of our biggest challenges and our highest area of focus. So I'd like to share with you a couple of the re-engagement strategies that we've been working on. We've instituted porch visits and bridge visits that have been successful. We've expanded our family partnership efforts. We continue to maintain a vigorous PBIS program, both at the Tier 1 and the Tier 2 level. We're working with our teachers and counselor to better identify students' social and emotional needs, taking action whenever we need to. I'd also like to give an extra special shout out to Ingrid Morales. She's our program implementer, and she's been essential in coordinating with Student Support and Health Services for all the programs that they provide. Foster youth, homeless, unaccompanied youth, teen parents, Care Solace. That's just to name a few. So on to academics. Academically, our kids have adapted reasonably well to distance learning, and we're seeing an increased engagement as we progress through the school year. The teachers are working hard to provide creative and engaging lessons, utilizing a myriad of online tools, just like the rest of the teachers around the district. The 4x4 block schedule has actually had some welcome unintended consequences. As a result of the 4x4 block, we're starting to see an increase in the number of credits students are earning each academic quarter. So despite the increase in D's and F's, we're still seeing an increase in credits due to the block and our move away from variable credit. Our CTE programs continue to provide students additional avenues to explore as they plan for their future. And for students who need additional class or two to catch up, we've been concurrently enrolling students at Los Flores for an independent study class or two, above and beyond the classes that they're already taking here at Daylor. So with that said, it goes without saying that we're looking forward to students coming back, as we all are. And we hope that we can expand the academic, social, and emotional support that our students need. On behalf of my colleagues in the Florida region, we thank you for time and opportunity to tell you about our schools, and we look forward to answering any questions you might have for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As a past staff member of the Florida region, I'm very proud of all of you and what you've done for those kids. We will go through the board members. Mr. Perez, did you want to make some comments, question? He'll be followed by Miss Jamerson.
I would like to go last, please.
Okay, I'm going to let you be, that's fine, Mr. Perez, but this is scheduled in at 10:15, so we can go to the next one. So when I ask you to stop, that we need to move on, I don't want you to think it's me. We changed because that happens at the end. So I'm just making you aware of that at the beginning. You still want to be last? We might run out of time, is what I'm saying.
Well, I think it's your duty to keep us on task and time, but
okay, then you need to accept that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6 of us, and we have a little less than an hour. So less than 10 minutes each would be great. Let's go on. Ms. Jamerson.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. I really want to commend all of you principals because as Mr. Cordero said, this is extremely hard for all of you. I think, as a parent, I recognize that. And so I just want to thank you. And I wanted to ask, I know that it's extremely hard for teachers and everyone is doing their best right now. And I just wanted to know, and any of you could answer this, if there's anything that you're doing to support your teachers outside of your usual, if you were able to implement something to really help support them.
Anybody mind if I answer that one? Okay. We have a wonderful person. Her name is Martha Merchant. She's someone who's been working with the school for years, and this is my first year here, but I was aware of her before I came here. She just really helps people connect with each other, with their feelings, with themselves, and really comes as a support to our community and really right now at this platform for our teachers. So she actually comes to our cultural and cultural climate meetings monthly. She reaches out to me before the meeting, or I reach out to her and I share with her what our staff needs. And so when it was time to talk about making changes, I would let her know, stress may be a big factor right now. They need some input on how to support themselves and each other, and really being able to get down into their feelings and kind of just connect with each other. And so she's really been dynamic in supporting our school site. So that's one way that we help our staff.
Can I follow up on that, please? Thank you, Patrina. So it has been a challenge to support our teachers, and we've been trying to learn from them as they support their students online. So it's been a lot of, on a micro scale, a lot of spin the wheel, you get this award on a staff meeting. Teachers don't want to come to a staff meeting at the end of their killer day. And so how do we inspire them? And so we've been doing chair yoga. We have a wellness coordinator here at Florence Elementary. And I kind of tasked her not just to help our students with the wellness, but with our teachers as well. So she'll come in at our staff meetings and do teach them strategies on relaxation, on stress management. So we spend some time on that. She has yoga class for them every couple of weeks after school. But it has been a lot of encouraging teachers, sending cards. I know all of our principals have dug deep into their personal pockets to give extra shirts that say distance learning, we're still connected, and building that connection from a distance. It's been a challenge, but I can try to say that we've been somewhat successful.
I'd like to also add a little bit. At Rudder, we consider our PBIS team to support the climate and culture of the whole school, which includes our staff. And so we have, like Mr. Cordero is saying, we give prizes at staff meetings. We have virtual cards that we send out to teachers, shout outs for great things that they're doing. And then at every staff meeting, we have some opportunity for SEL for our teachers. We talk a lot about self-care, and we'll use tools like Padlet to have everyone put a positive comment or share something positive that happened in their teaching experience.
Perfect. Thank you. I know that Ms. Baggett, you had said that parent view, you only had a 34% of your parents enrolled in parent view. And so I know you had some ways that you were working to increase that. Have you seen an increase in that?
That actually is the increase. We are now up to 34%. We did not have a lot of families connected. When I came in, that really was one of the things that we tried to work on. And so anytime a parent contacts us or we contact a parent, we encourage our parents to get registered And it's really quick and simple. We would actually send them the email so that they can have the activation code to get connected. Because a lot of the communication from the district as far as getting input back is through parent view. And so I really was intentional on making sure that our family's voices were being heard. And so that was one of the reasons why we really struggled to get families to sign up. So we did push through teachers. We did our own push through. And once we connected, hey, this is one way that you can really get your voice heard out there. We really need you to get connected. And so now we're up to 34%. The FACE department offered ours and provided different languages that we did not have here to be able to get our parents to have the communication. So that was another thing. I would send those or do a push through our class dojo. We have a school class dojo. And now that Talking Points is here, that's another way I'm just pushing this out, really trying to get our families connected that way, because that's the quickest way possible to get their input. And so we really want to make sure that their voices are heard.
Perfect. Thank you. And then I just had one last thing. I noticed a lot of you were talking about trying to remain connected and engaged with your students. And I've heard postcards and things like, and I just, again, as a parent, when we receive that mail, both my kids have received actual mail. And that's, we all know that not a lot of us receive mail anymore these days. So I just wanted to say, to continue pushing that. That was huge for my kids when they received mail, and it's still on the refrigerator. So thank your teachers for that. And I'm sure that your teachers appreciate your mail that you're sending as well. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to the rest of my colleagues.
Amerson. Mr. Fortuna, to be followed by Ms. Charis Espinosa.
Thank you. Good morning, all. Can you hear me? Okay. Sherry, I was happy to hear you mention VAPA programs, because I think it is sad and not understandable that we have allowed sports to re-engage, and we have not done the same thing with VAPA programs. And yes, VAPA is important in terms of kids' connections to school. So I certainly was happy to hear you say that. You had indicated that 75% of your kids overall are engaged for the surveys, and that's a nice number. And 25% is a distressing number. So what are you doing with the 25%?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So this survey was taken in the fall of 2020, I think in November, of our 5th and 6th grade students. And about 74% of the 200 students took the actual survey. So it's quite a big number. So it represents their true feelings. But we have always been trying to connect before the pandemic and even during the pandemic. And this is a big challenge. So the things that we've done to connect, my colleagues have spoke a lot about some of those items as well. And I think that if we were to take, like school dances during Zoom, or the lunch times during the Zoom, they're connecting with us and with their friendships, and it is helping. So if we were to take another survey now, I would anticipate that it would be a higher percentage than it was back in November.
Okay. And also for you, Sherry, and anyone else who wants to chime in, how do you equate kids' cameras off with engagement?
Yeah, so
yeah.
Yeah, I can answer that one for our school. Early on, we had a little, we weren't sure what to do with the cameras off or on, right? Can we force the children almost, or impress upon them, like, we need to see you, like, we need to see your face. We need to see that you're engaged. And so we have gone towards that. We want your camera on. We want to connect with you. And the best way that we can do that as teachers and even principals and site admin is to actually see your faces and see if you're, receiving what we're giving. So to have a blank screen isn't helpful at all for us as teachers. So we've encouraged our children to do that without having to mandate anything. And so we have most of our children have the screen on at most of the time. We're still grasping with this part of it though. They'll have it like this. And so we're always trying to say, we need to see your faces, please, we want you to be more engaged with it. So just trying to explain the why to the children, why we need to see their face and would love to see it has helped with many of our students having the cameras on.
Thank you.
I'd like to add to
Follow
that.
up a little bit on that too. I mean, sorry, Ms. Daggett.
Oh, no, you go ahead.
Thanks. Just as the transition from that fall survey to now, principals are in classrooms all the time. And I've just seen a progression as from then till now. There are more cameras on. Teachers are learning how to engage those students and developing things that work for their class and those students. Is it 100%? No, but it's significantly increased over this past year. I was in a classroom the other day, 100% just popped in, checking on them, 100% of cameras on. Like Miss Sherry said, only about 2% of their forehead was on those cameras, but they were all on, they were all engaged. Teachers reaching out to them, asking questions. They're always checking in with the students with the camera on, expecting those responses. So engagement isn't only based on the on-off aspect of it. It's the teachers checking for that understanding and making sure that those students are there, whether the camera is on or off. Every student has a different situation at home, which may lend itself not to really want to have the camera on. But the teachers are working around that. And the engagement part is what they're really checking in with, regardless of whether that camera's on. They're running down that list, checking in. Students are responding immediately, engaged in answering those questions that they're looking for. And we really want their camera on, but they're really ensuring that engagement is there and that they're paying attention regardless of what they can see.
And I just wanted to add, as Scott said and Sherry said, there's different measures of engagement as well. So some teachers are using the chat ability to be able to give your responses there. Some teachers have introduced features like Nearpod or the Padlet to be able to give their responses there. And they're able to check against their list to see who's responding. And so at that point, if the teacher's asking a student a question and they don't get any kind of response, that's where you start to look at, okay, is the student actually there? So they use different measures of just checking for, engagement and understanding to make sure that the students are active.
Good. All right. Scott, I'm glad to hear you specifically mention the use of iReady, which is, I believe, a really strong program. As we move forward and hopefully have all of our kids back to school 5 days a week, full time, what do you see as your needs, your school needs to increase your Avid effort?
Was that towards me specifically? I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, that was you specifically because you specifically addressed it.
Gotcha. Thank you. Yeah, we just need to continue support. You guys, the district has been supporting us with implementing that Avid, supporting with our district centralization as far as coordinating professional development and meeting with the sites. They come out and meet with the sites regularly. So we are just expanding that through all the grade levels now. We're working on implementing in second grade and first grade next year. But the support we have been getting has been great to really build that foundation, and just the continued support in that is what we really need.
Could I add a little comment about that as well? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. All of our schools in the elementary use iReady, and we all meet regionally about that data, about our regional data. In fact, we're about to have another one of those meetings coming up here. So we're all real keen on using that on a regular basis to check for understanding and to look at our students and their progress throughout the year. And there's one report that's come out recently that's called a predicted proficiency. And during this time, we're all wondering how much learning loss has there been with our children, right? So iReady has been one of those pieces that has remained constant for us prior to the pandemic and then during it. And we see some strong results for our predicted proficiency for our state tests. So it does have some error either way, but we're looking forward to taking the state test as it comes and to show what we know and show what our students know. And for Avid, we've gone school-wide with our Avid this year. And who would have guessed that we would be doing this during a pandemic, right? And it's probably the last thing that our teachers wanted to do, but we'd already committed to it prior. So we have about 95% of our staff trained, and we're trained this summer, even during the pandemic time. And we meet monthly and we talk about some of our Avid strategies at every staff meeting we share. So it's alive and well, and looking forward to coming back and having an in-person Avid professional development for all of our teachers, perhaps next summer.
Okay, but if possible, I really would like to sit in on your regional meeting, if that is possible.
One more minute, Mr. Fortuna.
I have many more questions, so they're important.
If there's extra time, I will come back to you.
For Sonia and for Rudy, what are you doing differently than you did in years past to encourage families to have their children attend your two sites as opposed to going elsewhere through open enrollment?
So I've noticed an increase in our enrollment this year over past years. And I think that is because of this online platform that we have. They're at home, everything is kind of equal. So we actually had a much higher retention this year in our enrollment. We were projected to be about 900 students. We are holding steady about 955 students throughout the year. And next year we're projected for even higher. So, I don't know that we've done a whole lot differently, but we have really tried to build the Florin brand and really promote our Florin region and our connections with Florin High School. So I think just continuing that, I think it's finally paying off.
For us, you see the logo in the back. We actually went through as a school a rebranding process in terms of what are we really about, and we came to the conclusion we are fearless in our pursuit in terms of preparing kids for college, career, and life readiness, and that our actions moving forward need to align with that, and that is sort of the work we are doing. But we have an issue in terms of open enrollment. 100 kids are leaving. And so, as Scott said, a lot of the kids that are at his school go to Edward Harris. And so in the future, when we are allowed to be back on campus, is to host those families and show them the great things that are happening at Florin High School. Because as you know, Mr. Fortuna, when you get on our campus, we have the best campus in the district, we have the best programs, and we just need to get people here. And there is too much of a perception that that is not the case when we all in this room know it's complete opposite. And so that is the work my team and I are doing, is working on changing that perception.
Thank you, Rudy, because yeah, the perception issue is one that's really distressing because it's a great site. So it's hard to equate what happens at Florin High School with people leaving during open enrollment. They don't go together. They don't match up. I have two important questions real quickly.
Mr. Fortuna,
Yeah.
I will circle back to you if we have time, if to allow everybody
You
9
know,
minutes to speak.
Yeah, and an old difference to you, the circle back, if there's time, is a really, really hard thing for me, because if I can't ask my questions, then there's no need to be here. So, yeah, I'll stop talking, but I really believe
You have
in
two
the
more
importance.
questions you want to ask. I have it right here.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Charis Espinoza?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hopefully will take less than my time and allow some extra time for others. We as a board have yet to receive, I know it's being prepared, but we have yet to receive the report by school of parental preference for distance learning and in person. So I just wonder if really quickly you could go through, maybe in the same order in which you presented, and just tell us what the range is and what the demographic groups are that have the I guess, highest and lowest desire to come back in person. Appreciate that.
We have 32% of our students returning for in-person learning. And prior to some parent meetings that we held, it was about 28%. So we've tried to increase that to just advertise exactly what the schedules mean. And kindergarten through 6th grade, we have about the same number of children in every single grade. And representation, it represents our school, honestly. A little bit fewer students in kindergarten than we do in 6th grade. 5th grade is our highest enrollment, but basically they're all in the 30s for each grade level.
And in terms of ethnic or breakdown, what are the differences?
What we have is our, like for EL students, we have about 30% of our EL students, and it shows about the same number across the board in all of our different ethnicities and categories, about the same. I think for special education students, actually that's a little lower than I would have wished more of them would come for in person. I mean, right now that's a little lower than our enrollment.
Got it. Thank you.
Isabel Jackson is about 35% returning to a concurrent model. Our is a little opposite of theirs. Our highest classes are in the kindergarten class. Those are the largest class numbers there. As far as demographics, I haven't broken it down into specific demographics for that, but I can get you that information.
Sure. Thank you.
At Reese, we have about 253 students out of 904 returning for in-person. It's about in the 20%, 23, 24, something like that, % of our students returning. I haven't been able to do a breakdown by ethnicity. I'd say it ranges somewhere between the most interest in 2nd and 3rd grades. But with teachers, some teachers not working from home, we did have some interest in our younger grade levels, but I'm sorry, some teachers actually still continue to teach from home. Some of the families weren't interested in having their students in class with partner teachers. So our numbers went down slightly.
Thank you.
So we're about in the 250 range also, but we also, we still have families. We have 323 families who are eligible for transportation, but we won't be able to service them. So we're still working with transportation on who can come and who cannot come. We're heavy in 1st grade, which I'm excited about. But yeah, just working collaboratively really closely with the transportation department on what we can do. But it is low number though, for those families that do transport. We have our Latino population has had a lot of families who were affected by COVID in this 95823, 828, excuse me, zip code. And so they're hesitant. A lot of our newcomer families are very, very hesitant. So we are trying to reassure them that we have a safe school and that we want them to return. But we are dealing with some other variables here at Kennedy.
Yeah. And what do you know what the percentage is roughly of those wishing to return?
25% right now ish.
Thank you.
Florida Elementary is at about 32% last we checked, although we do have weekly parent meetings, which to ease fears and get over that hurdle. But we see the most students coming back in intermediate grade. 6th grade is our biggest grade, followed by 4th grade, and then decreasing through there. I don't have the demographic data, but I imagine, like Petrina said, it would follow along our regular lines, which is 50% Latino, 30% Asian. We see more. I don't see, when I talk to parents and see the needs or who's coming to the meetings and all that, I see it as the families who are struggling the most, who really are having challenges, and that kind of goes across all of our demographics. So we're at about 32%.
Thank you.
For Rudder, we have 26% returning, 261 students. I do know it's almost an exact split between 7th and 8th grade. I don't have the demographic breakdown, but I have heard that a higher number of our EL newcomer students are wanting to come on campus. And I've also heard that all of our inclusive ed special ed students are not coming back. Those are the ones that have the greater physical need. But as far as other special ed students, we do have a lot of other special ed students coming back.
Sorry, Ms. Rambo, can you give me that overall number one more time?
261 students, it makes up 26%.
Thank you.
Florida High School's at around 268 students as well, but that only makes up about 16% of our population. I do not have the demographic breakdown for you, unfortunately, but can get that.
Sure. I think we're going to get a board communication on that. So no need to generate any homework with that. I appreciate the offer. So with that, just one comment. Go ahead.
All right.
Oh, I forgot Alan. Sorry, Alan.
That's all right. At Daler, we have 20% of our kids coming back. They're primarily Hispanic and African American, and mostly boys.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you all. I just want to say how much I appreciate the extra things that all of your teams are doing to reach out to students. It is certainly, I think, our biggest fear to have these kids who are not connecting, who are not engaging, right? From before we had to make the decision to shut down in the spring. Those are the cases that keep me, and I'm sure many of us, up at night, wondering what's going on for those kids in their lives. So I am just so grateful for each and every person who has made a call, a porch visit, a bridge visit, and is actively trying to remove barriers for these kids so that they can participate in their education. And, I'm still concerned. I think it was Miss Baggett, well, many of you, Ms. Baggett, Ms. Sanchez, described the tremendous work that is going into engagement and outreach, but still there's a gap there, and the families that we're not able to bring in. I'll just ask one question in the interest of time. Ms. Baggett, is there a need to do something non-technology related, or what do you do that is non-technology related in terms of reaching out to your parents?
So this is a community school. Years and years of generations of kids going through this school. I went through this school in 6th grade. This was my community until I was 26 years old. So the human factor is very important. And the relationships that our teachers and our staff have built with our families, that's the other means that we use. We're talking calls to relatives and really just talking to families, like what's going on with your niece or your nephew, because we know that there are so many related families here, cousins and different people that we know that we can reach out to that person to find out where this student is, and and reaching out to this other parent. So it's really about making those calls, and we have gotten out there, but it then goes back into the laps of the people who we're trying to reach out to. We can tell them how much we love them and how much we need them to be here, and how important it is for their students to be in the classroom and making sure that they're going to be successful for the following year. But it's also just really trying to figure out what we can do to support them. That's why I mentioned our Student Support Center, because we've gone through the referral process, the MTSS referral process, to really get our families connected by knocking down some of those hurdles and those barriers that happen to be in their way, that if they didn't have a connection with our school, then they wouldn't feel comfortable in telling us what's going on. And so sometimes those are the things that, the measures that we have to go to really be able to connect and get our kids back here, online or in person.
I could just add on really quickly on that. We still have distribution days too, so it's not all technology. And all the schools are organizing, their students and families are coming and picking up those packets to engage when the technology isn't always accessible. So they're sending home books, they're sending home awards, they're sending home birthday crowns to make that connection still, to reach out. So everything's not only through technology. We don't have that, hands-on, but they're still getting at non-technology based instruction and materials that they need, whether it's Play-Doh and glue or scissors or workbooks or reading books or library books. So we're still getting that beyond the technology. It's not all technology.
True. Thank you so much, both of you. That's all from me, Ms. Albiani.
Thank you. Dr. Martinez-Soler.
Thank you for your comment and your presentations. Some key themes that stood out to me in all of your presentations from the various sites that you mentioned and all the notes that I was taking as you were speaking relate to, all of you seem to work collectively on the attendance rates at each of your school sites to help increase that. So that's a big positive that I've seen that each of you have mentioned, as well as your porch visits. And one of you even mentioned going to a particular student's house to visit more than 10 times. If that's what it took to get that student back on track, you were willing to do that. So I commend that work as well as the multicultural and equity work. I know Florin High, you also mentioned some of the showcase programs that are there and key with the recognition. So hopefully that can help bring more students as well to your particular school site by advocating for some of those key programs and the positive benefits, such as the law program that's there. You also mentioned, David Reese, what you pointed out regarding the communication, how key it is to connect to the family, but also how you were willing to help with that language barrier that may occur, right? And help to send that message in various language to the students, I think is really helpful for parents when they're getting the surveys or getting information sent out to them, to make sure that they're fully reciprocated and understand what the school site is asking. So I appreciate that work as well. I know for Kennedy, you had mentioned how COVID has impacted that community there. Is that similar with David Reese, since you're still similar in that region, or Florin Elementary? I just wanted to hear from the other school sites, and if it is a concern in that region as well, what are some of the other sites doing as far as mental health or counseling support for the families? Any of you at the other elementary schools, if you can answer.
Reese has experienced the same level of impact due to COVID as Kennedy. Sandra and I talk about our families and how we can support them. We have an MHT that reaches out. We've had students who have lost family members. We've offered grief counseling for different families through our Student Support Center, and really just trying to be there for our families. Is really something to experience as a young person, to lose someone at this age, because you don't understand it. I went through it myself. And so to me, the challenge is to make sure that they know that they have all of these different adults here in their lives that care about them, and the families too, just making sure that they have the resources that they need, because to lose someone, as far as that person's, I guess you could say, not position, but how their importance to the family, it kind of really stops everything in its tracks. So, really being able to provide that counseling services, just having someone who they can talk to, and just the families knowing that we're here. I did have a family who lost the father last year, mother last year, father this year, first grade student. And all I could do was just call the older sister, they were in a different city, they were leaving, and for their culture, it could be a month before the student would return back to school, and let them know that we understood that, and it didn't matter that this was his home, and they can reach out to us and just let us know what they needed. And that happened last month. So just really letting them know that we're there for them.
At Rudder, we have a number of families who have lost loved ones. We do have a grief group that our social worker runs. And it seems like about once a month we get another notice of another family member that's passed away. Most of them are grandparents, but we do have a few parents who have passed away due to COVID. And it's not just our students who are affected. We have staff members who are losing loved ones as well. We have a staff member who actually lost both of her parents within a month earlier this year due to COVID. So we have our social worker here who is really working with students and staff for that grief, to help with that grief process. We also use Care Solace as an outside agency to coordinate services.
At Kirchgater, we have our MHT here 3 days a week. And we also have 2 counseling interns who are here to run grief counseling or counseling groups on grief and other topics. But that's been a big help to have just extra hands on as well. And we've lost family members at our site as well.
Thank you for sharing, because those stories bring back that humanistic approach, right? And the human part of some of the suffering or the emotional supports or the traumas that our families may have encountered. And I personally can relate to that. I've had family loss due to COVID as well, and is very prevalent in the Native community. But I also wanted to mention that as we transition back with going into the model of in-person, I know a few of you have mentioned some of the counseling support groups. Do you see that furthering, developing and growing or flourishing as you're bringing students back? And there may be other traumas that the students had gone through at home. So how do you expect or suspect that will be, how do you suspect the supports will be there to help the students once they do transition back?
I'll be happy to respond to that just briefly. I think that we've been doing a lot of the same services that we've heard here from the previous principals, but as much as some things are aware, that we become aware by having that lens into people's homes, the literal camera lens into people's homes, there are things that are hiding as well. Kids who with their cameras off, or families who there's problems there that are hiding that we see when we have kids in front of us. We see how they behave, how they change. And this is when you get multiple perspectives from the teacher, from the principal on the playground, from the yard supervisors. So when we get to see these kids in front of us, I predict we'll see a lot more of those needs. And we'll continue serving those, at least at Florin, through our MTSS process, that where we meet every week, and we have our tier 2, 3, and we talk about those kids. We make those connections with the families. Now that we're seeing those families in the parking lot, when those families are face to face with you, they will share something with you. Even though they're driving by in a car, you still can make that connection with them, and just that connection, because as some of our principals have said, the Florin region is a face-to-face region. I don't worry about having that 30% parent view too much, because the parents call, they catch me in the parking lot. That's how we communicate with our parents, through texts. And so I'm foreseeing being more aware of some of the problems that our students are having, and being able to serve those through our MHT and our MTSS process.
So Ms. Martinez-Solana, this is Alan Williams at Daler. I can tell you that my counselors and the program implementer are chomping at the bit to start offering support groups to the extent we'll be able to when kids start coming back. We don't quite know what that's going to look like, but we certainly, like everyone else has said, this region is a face-to-face region. And Ms. Baggett used a great term, a community school. Daler is a community school. Generations have come through Daler. And I think the face-to-face, especially with the students, is what we all want to get back to as quickly as possible.
So thank you for sharing. I suspect in the months to come, as we do transition, you'll be reporting more. And again, commend the flexibility, right? As that transition happens, you all being aware of the different techniques or strategies that may need to be pulled for best practices and helping all your students. So I appreciate the presentations. And for the sake of time, I'll hold or reserve my other questions.
Thank you. With 11 seconds to spare. Mr. Perez.
First of all, you all must have green screens or what? And I like this. I like this media stuff that you got together and work together like that. I need that in my background. So when do I get one?
Just let us know what you want and we'll make that for you, Mr. Press.
Okie dokie. You and Valley are one of the toughest areas to serve because of the socioeconomics of the community. We all know that, but you guys are doing an excellent job under the circumstances. And hopefully that as soon as this new federal funding comes, it's voting right now, waiting for it. So my question is, well, we had one round of COVID at the state level or the federal levels. How has that impacted you as teachers, administrators? And those are the questions that I need to know. And what funding do you need? What type of programs are working? What more type of after-school support services? You're doing a great job. I see Miss Rambo over there at Rudder. I heard about that. And about the parent engagement, 100 people showing up over there. Because of COVID, me, myself, have died. I mean, had people died within my family. This area is one of the targeted areas by the state of California, healthy communities targeted for help under this COVID pandemic. But yet what they suggest that the type of help is not enough. And that's what I'm doing behind the backgrounds. It's not enough to make sure that their community feels safe just to go to school. And now that we have these mutations and other variants, that is another issue that's out there that's affecting my head and say, hey, I don't think it is safe to come to school because, you know, not every student is tested before they step on campus to say you're positive, you're negative. That's a big concern of mine, that for the health and safety of you as principals, staff, children, students, and our community. There's a lot of issues. So, but those are the circumstances that, you know, I as an individual has to deal with and advocate for you and our community. So what I would like to have you put on paper, there's going to be federal dollars. What do you need? What funding do you need? I know for a fact that you need teacher aides to help your teachers, bilingual, bicultural teacher aides to work, do home visits. You know, these porch visits are excellent examples how to do outreach and see and show that our community families out there that you're concerned. You know, you're going beyond your classroom. You know, that's an issue I learned really a lot within educational systems. People need to get the community, walk the community, see how they live, what issues, what those students bring to the classroom. You're seeing that double time now through the eyes of a camera. So document those, please, and make those referrals. You're doing a great job, all of you. I know that, and state the issues that you need. Relay those to our superintendent, our other fellow board members, and myself. You know, this is a community that, you know, it's a bigger community within, you know, 95828. Yes, they're all poor here. Look at the data sets and Valley High, but yet we have pockets, geographical pockets throughout Elk Grove Unified that have the same issues. So What you be doing is helping all these students throughout the Elk Grove Unified School District. All these little issues that you're presently having that's magnetized, but with, geographically, but we have this within other pockets of Elk Grove Unified School District. Yesterday, I read a good article, maybe 2 days ago, of how important principals are on the outcomes of students within their educational setting. And I can see that all you principals are very dedicated. I sense that in your presentations and where you've been, especially over there, makes my heart. Miss Patricia, my sister her name was Patrina, like Patrina Baggard, and you're for the community. I like to see that. Somebody who's gone through the educational community and gone back, got their education and dedicated themselves, like you. And I know for a fact that that's probably the same picture that you other members have and what you're doing. That's why you're dedicated to education. Data. I need data, more data on all levels, preschool all the way to 12. And that drives my decisions, then that drives policies. I like to see that geographically at every elementary school. I have requested that to see that at these presentations. We haven't gotten that. But again, I'm going to say that we need that. It's very important because it's on paper. You see the outcomes, and this. I know for a fact that Oh, another thing I want to say. I requested computer literacy, financial literacy classes, the curriculum, the studies. We need that. It's evident the fact that we do not have that in a curriculum of study and the 3 units of credit. Now that we have the epidemic, it shows the fact that our communities are not ready for distance learning. This whole process we're going through, distance learning, this emergency disaster related educational plan is what do you call it? Not a format, but a guide that we're going to have maybe go through another time in our lives. So all this learning process, it needs to be documented. All your input needs to be documented, what we're going through, because like I said earlier, we have mutations of this virus that are more dangerous, easier to spread, and we might have to go through this again. They're already studying the situation that it's flattened out, but yet these other COVID virus variants are here in California that it might impact us a little bit again. We might have to go around. They're studying that. Beware of that.
40 seconds, Mr. Press.
Okay. So that's what I want to say. Keep up the good work. Dedication and all that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Press. If you'll mute, sir. I have 2 quick comments. I think the idea of parents being able to join you on Zoom and making that a regular practice is really exciting. When I hear that 10 times the amount of parents are showing up for something, that just warms my heart. I've gone to a number of parent events in my lifetime, and it often ends up being the people that it's easy for, that doesn't have to be at work at that time, and finding a way to include those parents. I just want to commend you and encourage you to keep those practices up. And I think it's really exciting for your junior high, Ms. Rambo. Junior high is a tough one because you just have them for those 2 years and you're such a transition spot, and to have them, buy your merch and buy, it's a tough I think it's one of the harder sales. Your heart starts with a kindergartner in elementary, you get something, then you're excited about going to high school. And I was a K through 8 student, so the 6, 7, it's all, the 8, 7, 8 is all interesting to me. And I commend what you're getting done and the value that you're showing those parents, what an important years those are, and getting their input into those years. I really appreciate that work, and I admire middle schools have a certain challenge that's different than the rest of us. Not that we're not all challenged. You're doing great. Thank you so much for your report. I promised Mr. Fortuna I would come back around, and we have the time. Mr. Fortuna.
Thank you. I have 2 questions for Rudy, one for Alan, and a quick comment for Katrina. Katrina, I'm really, really happy that you mentioned Student Support Center. They do incredible work in terms of providing that support, and it is a rare day that you hear them mentioned. So thank you. Rudy, 2 questions. First of all, how is Florin dealing with its loss of social workers since the grant expired?
Fortunately, we have not had that loss. Our social worker actually transitioned to work, both Sonia and I's transitioned to work for the homeless youth through Student Support Health Services. And we got someone to fill in their shoes, and she is amazing. She is young, full of energy, great ideas, and has stepped in, and there's been a seamless transition because at both of our schools, our social worker sees more students than I would say in most schools. So thankfully, because of Student Support Health Services, came through and we did not have that loss.
Now you said for homeless?
Our old social worker, yes, got a new job within the district, serving homeless students, I believe within our district. I think he is housed at Reese with Miss Baggett.
Mr. Fortuna, just a clarification, the grant does go through the end of this school year. So those positions are through the end of the school year. And when we have an opening, we're still using those dollars to fill in services. So they're in place, and we will be bringing an opportunity to continue those services into future years, but they're still available the rest of the school year.
Yeah, I'm not going to take a lot of time right now to pursue that whole issue. Rudy, what's equitable grading?
It is just analyzing our current grading practices and do they produce the results that we intend? Are they motivational, our current grading practices? Or do they encourage kids to keep on trying how we grade students? Do students view it as that? And so it's analyzing the different ways we can achieve equity through the way we show up and grade our students.
All right, thank you. I'd like to talk to you more about that, Rudy. I'm gonna write a note here.
Sounds good.
See, Rudy. Okay, and then the last question for you, Alan, is how are you being you as the principal, how are you addressing the loss of the Kaiser grant for the teen parent program? And specifically, have you thought about just requesting that the shortfall be addressed through general fund?
Was that to me as well? Or Alan? Okay.
Alan.
To be honest, Mr. Fortuna, I haven't seen any impact whatsoever. Ingrid Morales and Yvette Jackson are providing a tremendous amount of support. If you were to come on campus and look at their storage room, it would be filled and filled and filled with supplies that they deliver to our parenting, not just our parenting kids, but they have a parenting program throughout the district that they're supporting. Yvette's supporting it throughout the district, and Ingrid is doing a great job working with our parenting kids as far as helping them with their schedules, we talk and we provide whatever flexibility that we can. Like I said in my presentation, being the principal at Los Flores also helps me to be able to concurrently enroll a handful of kids into independent study for a course here and a course there if I need to. But honestly, I haven't seen any impact on the program due to the loss of that grant. I will certainly talk to Yvette and talk to Ingrid and find out what they're lacking and if they are feeling the pinch as a result of that. I don't know if I can't say if funds are being brought from some other source to make up for that shortfall.
Okay, well, they have lost the grant. They are being impacted in a number of areas. And once you talk to them, if you don't see ways to deal with their shortfall, which is impacting the program, I hope that requests for general fund supplements will be coming forward, because it would be a shame to lose what that program provides to teen parents. So thank you.
Sure, you can count on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Bev.
You're welcome. For the first time ever, when I was trying to unmute, I started moving my square all over the screen. I don't know if that's happened to you guys. Like, I can't talk and I keep moving. Thank you so much to this region that holds a special place in my heart. You guys do great work. You're great people, and you're helping great people and make amazing people for our world. So I can't thank you enough. It's 10:14. We will be taking a break for 15 minutes, and we'll be getting back together at 10:30 to hear from the Franklin region. Thank you again,
Thank you
everybody.
all, principals.
Thank you,
Great
everybody.
job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have fun next week.
Thank you.
Carmen, you aren't muted. Hello. Welcome.
Good morning.
Morning. So the cafeteria here has ununderstandable hours to me. Could be because they're not posted. And I'm not in the know. So I always get here and then I worry about how I'm going to eat lunch. So Martin Fine just brought me lunch. But my kids get days where they're my special child, my favorite child someday. Martin Fine might be my favorite person today. We have about 1:50. We'll be good to go.
Diane, just an FYI, you have Chantel Albiani in your as your name markers. Just I want to grow up and be Chantel too, but yeah.
Everybody does.
You should be able to click on your name in the corner and change your name. The 3 dots.
Thanks. That's exactly what I was trying. My choices are stop video, pin, and hide self view.
Oh, hold on.
Steve, we can do it as host and co-host. I'll change Diane's.
Diane Davis is great. Thank you.
I was looking for the setting. You're just going to do it. All right.
I'll just do it. And I like how Diane reminded us of her name. You just want Diane Davis. You don't want.
That's right.
I don't want
I go by Davis at work. Right,
Okay.
right. Don't get too creative.
Oh, it's not letting me. See, I talk and then, oh, it is. I got it. I can put host of the governor, hostess of the governor, Diane Davis. How's that work for you?
There we go. All right, let's get.
Thank you.
I've got Dr. Martinez. Crystal, are you there? Carmine, Nancy, Gina. So, Mr. Perez, Dr. Martinez Solia. No disrespect to the Franklin region, but we're going to get going, and I'm sure they will join us momentarily. I don't want to put you guys behind. You've got a lot of things on your plate. Some of you very exciting very soon. So, Mr. Rano, do we have any public comment related to this item? Dante? Oh, there you go.
Sorry, I couldn't get my cursor there fast enough. There are no public comments related to this item, Madam Board President.
Thank you. Then I'd like to call on Dr. Grewal and Mr. Murray to present the item.
Thank you, President Albiani. I have the honor to introduce the Franklin region. We have with us Chantel Albiani with Franklin High School. If you can wave, please, so we can connect. There you go. Thank you. Adam Wood with Toby Johnson Middle School. Mark Levine with Elk Grove Charter. Jack Ferrara with Carroll Elementary. Megan Brown Jones, Costello Elementary. Diane Davis Quidgen with Franklin Elementary. Lynn Mayer with Hine Elementary. And Mark Beard with Stone Lake Elementary. And who's going to get us started today?
That would be me.
Thanks, Jack.
Welcome. Good morning. I'm Jack Ferrer, the principal of Carroll Elementary School. We are home of the Comets, where we encourage everyone to reach for the stars. Our staff is dedicated to not only the academic success of our students, we are dedicated to the social emotional well-being of our students. Our year started off with a very successful drive-through Chromebook and textbook pickup where our students were able to meet their teachers. We even provided every student with a complete set of school supplies tailored to their grade level. Throughout the year, our teachers also continue to hold drive-through supply pickups to ensure our students had what they needed. As we transition to the in-person concurrent learning model, every student who comes to campus will also receive another set of supplies for them to use at school. One of our greatest challenges was ensuring that students were connected to instruction. We discovered some of our families either did not have internet or possessed a slow or unstable internet connection. In support of this goal of connectedness, we have provided our families with 657 Chromebooks, as well as over 50 hotspots. Our staff continually monitored for these issues. Even though connectedness was our greatest challenge, it became one of our greatest successes. Our attendance rate over the last 2 years was 96.3%. This year, our attendance rate as of last Friday was 96.5%. It's because we created multiple systems for monitoring for connectedness. We started the year immediately with a Google form that our staff could fill out remotely to alert us to any attendance or connection issues. Our team would immediately reach out to families to offer the support necessary to get them connected. 98% of our students were satisfied with the opportunities to connect with teachers outside of class time, while 87% of our students felt satisfied with their friendships at school. Our staff has stayed connected with students and families through the use of Synergy Mail, Talking Points, Class Dojo, and Remind. Our students have stayed connected to one another through the increased use of breakout rooms and creative break ideas. Opportunities to share game Zoom time and dance parties are just a few of the examples. Many teachers have virtual office hours where students can drop in for extra support. In addition, our teachers are now in the homes of our family daily, which has built a stronger bond with our families. We have also focused on student engagement, utilizing digital tools such as Padlet, Seesaw, Zoom and Meet polling, breakout rooms, and chat. We even sent home a whiteboard and with dry erase markers for every student so that our teachers could get immediate formative assessment feedback from their students. Even during these times, we have also kept alive the traditions, programs, and supports that our students need by adapting them to distance learning. Our grade level PLCs have adapted and flourished by meeting virtually weekly in their professional learning communities to look at common assessment data to guide instruction. Our PLCs use this data to differentiate their instruction, provide interventions, build their small group and individual tutoring. Our PLC work extended beyond the instructional day as our teachers utilize assessment data to create intercession groups and provide over 400 hours of intercession during off-track time. Through our teachers' targeted instruction, students enrolled in intercession showed an average gain of 15% in attaining their learning targets. We have also adapted and continued many of our school programs. GATE meets virtually every week for an hour after school to work on various STEAM projects. 25 GATE students will be attending the virtual CREST competition. We have also continued our student leadership program, band, choir, and our school newspaper, the Carroll Chronicle, virtually, of course. Our PBIS Tier 1 team meets virtually monthly. We revamped our Common Code expectations for distance learning and the in-person concurrent learning model. We have mailed home over 1,000 Common Code postcards to students, recognizing them for making positive choices. Our entire site focuses on SEL by utilizing Choose Love SEL lessons with students. Even though Carroll has a solid PBIS Tier 1 system implemented, we still have some students that need extra support. Our PBIS Tier 2 team meets every 2 weeks to create support plans for these students. We have received over 40 requests for assistance this year. Our Tier 2 team utilizes a menu of supports to assist our students and families. Examples of some of the supports include Care Solace, targeted social groups, Student and Family Empowerment Center referrals, student study team meetings, check-in, check-out mentors, and academic interventions. Our MHT also conducts individual counseling and social groups to support students with everything from anxiety to grief to building friendships. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present. I now hand it off to the wonderful principal at Helen Carr Costello Elementary.
Good morning. My name is Megan Drown Jones, and I'm the proud principal of Helen Carr Costello Elementary, a school with a vision of building a culture of academic excellence and enrichment, maintaining a climate that's welcoming, safe, respectful, and nurturing, and celebrating the cultural and educational diversity of all learners. To maintain our commitment to our vision of academic excellence this year, we focused on assessments to see where most of our students would land as they return to us via Zoom in the fall of 2020. Teachers use this initial data along with the pacing guide of standards to focus on given to us by curriculum and professional learning. As a result, We saw a lot of growth in our student scores, and several grade levels scored above the district average on Elk Grove's interim trimester 1 assessments. I'm proud of the hard work and endless hours my staff has put in to create a strong academic platform for our students. Our parents are proud too, as reflected in the fall's distance learning survey, where parents reported an overall satisfaction rate of our distance learning performance at 91%. In my classroom visits, I observed teacher ingenuity with student engagement practices. One of the most meaningful steps my staff has taken is their persistence with reaching students and families who have fallen behind. I've participated in parent conferences, made numerous phone calls to follow up my teachers' communications with parents, and have made several porch visits to check on families and have face-to-face conversations. Earlier, I said part of our vision is to create a nurturing environment for our students and families. And in these days, when most of us have been isolated at home, we've realized that extraordinary measures to stay connected have to be taken. Every day, different social emotional lessons are taught in a Costello classroom. Our mental health therapist sends a weekly Wellness Wednesday email to teachers with resources to both use in their classroom as well as for themselves. As a result of the distance learning survey in the fall, and after receiving input from both our parents and students that one of the biggest deficits they felt was student interaction, we started digital recess once a week for grade levels 1st through 6th. In the fall, when our students couldn't trick or treat, our students banded together, our families banded together and said, not on our watch. We need to keep those traditions alive for our kiddos. So in partnership with our PTA, we put on a large boo-through drive-through, which looked like a scene at a Field of Dreams, with cars lined up 5 blocks deep and kids dressed up in costumes, driving through the campus, looking at different scenes set up by our community and our staff. To continue our homeschool connection, every week I call our families on Friday evenings to send a positive message as well as inform our community about the events occurring at school. We've also made it a priority to not forget to recognize positive student effort and behavior. And since the first week of school, students have been recognized with a weekly video read by our Cougar mascot, Paws. These homeschool connections have been well received, and 97% of our parents reported in the fall that the communication from Costello was sufficient. All of this should demonstrate the powerful and dynamic relationship between students, parents, and staff here at Costello. It has been a true partnership between school and home to make sure that we address the needs of a whole child. I also have to say that our staff has been strongly supported by the district office personnel. And with their strong leadership and clear vision, we've been able to navigate the bumpy roads of 2020 to come out even stronger than when we began this journey. Thank you for your time. I now want to hand the floor over to Ms. Davis.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to tell you a little bit about what's happening at Franklin Elementary School. Last time I presented to the board about a year ago, we were excitedly anticipating our move to our new facility. I'm pleased to say we have settled in nicely. Our administration and library areas moved last July, and all others moved in August. I'd like to thank the board, Mr. Hoffman, Rob Pierce, and the many others who worked diligently to make this happen. We have a current enrollment of 876 students, including our 4 preschool and PALS classes, and we even have a little room for growth. Although we have been distance learning from this big, beautiful new school, our mission, vision, and goals have continued. Our 3 goals are to increase the effectiveness of our Tier 1 and Tier 2 instruction, as well as continue our important work in our with our teachers on Mondays. During our Tier 1 instruction, it is critical that we continue our focus on high quality instruction and use research-based practices, whether we're distance learning, concurrent learning, or in person. It is just as important for teachers to have targeted learning objectives, success criteria, and formative assessments. Distance learning has proven to have some challenges. First, we miss the students. Also, in addition to effective lesson design, now teachers are expected to be adept at technology, including problem-solving tech issues for themselves and their students. Student engagement is essential during both Tier 1 and Tier 2 instruction. Many teachers are checking for student understanding by using whiteboards, random calling, Zoom chat, Google Classroom, and Kahoots. We have messaged to students that screens should be on when possible. Teachers have been working to build relationships with students and families while on screen. I have seen these strategies as I visit classrooms daily. It is indeed our teachers who have demonstrated incredible professionalism, creativity, and grit. I'd like to take this opportunity to also thank Jen Avey and the CPL department for their endless efforts to support our teachers. Consistent connectivity has been a challenge for some. In addition to our technology department, our front office staff and computer resource teacher, Ms. Wood, have gone above and beyond to support families. Phone calls, distanced office visits, and porch visits have been done to solve concerns and get students connected. Tier 2 instruction continues. It primarily happens through breakout rooms during synchronous and asynchronous times of the day. Teachers at Franklin Elementary meet weekly in their PLC groups where they have the opportunity to discuss and analyze student data. We understand that student engagement is critical. Communication between Franklin Elementary and families is ongoing, and we use various platforms, including talking points. Our attendance rates this year have fluctuated between 96.9 and 98.4%, which are commensurate with what we've had in the past. Our library tech is handing out library books to families at least weekly that are pre-checked out online. We do have an ACES program at Franklin Elementary with currently 33 students attending in 3 classes, and we're hoping to open a 4th class right after spring break. Lastly, we have been focusing a lot of time and effort in supporting students with their social emotional learning. The last SEL parent survey specified that although 88% of Franklin parents indicated that students are learning, 36% of our parents had concerns about their child feeling disconnected. At our pre-service meeting in January, our MHT, Ms. Cynthia Anand, did a presentation on SEL activities that easily integrate into teachers' schedules and plans. She also offers ideas in her Wellness Wednesday emails to staff. And the staff at Franklin is also participating in the 4-part SEL trainings offered through Patty Tong's office in CPL. Our PBIS Tier 1 and Tier 2 teams meet regularly. Our meetings focus on how to best support students' needs. We have reviewed around 30 RFAs, held co-ops, and scheduled SSTs when needed. Our Vice Principal, Susan Landon, is working to create an online recess with adult supervision. She and I make weekly positive phone calls home and play virtual bingo every month. We have student-led newspaper called the Pioneer Paper under the direction of Miss Heidi Emerson, one of our 6th grade teachers, and it is amazing. Thank you so much again for the time for me to talk about Franklin and your care for the Elk Grove community. And I'd now like to hand this over to Miss Lynn Mayer at Arlene Hine Elementary.
Thank you, Diane. Hi, I'm Lynn Mayer, and I'm the proud principal at Arlene Hine Elementary. I'm happy to be here and share with you what's been going on at Arlene Hine for the past year with distance learning. It's hard to imagine it's been a full year since our schools closed last March, and I never could have imagined what an effective learning experience that we could create for our students through distance learning. Our parents have really showed us that they've been satisfied with distance learning. During our fall survey for our parents, 88% of our families said that they were satisfied or very satisfied with distance learning. Our teachers have reported to us that they've been able to maintain instruction on all of their grade level standards, similar to previous years. So we're able to cover all the materials we've been able to cover in the past in reading, language arts, and math. Benchmark assessments have been really important during distance learning, and we have continued to our progress monitoring in each grade level. So our teachers are reporting that students are meeting grade level standards. So for one example, our 1st grade team has reported to us that 85% of their students are meeting grade level expectations on the BPST. And that was similar with previous years. So we're continuing to monitor test scores even through distance learning. When distance learning started, my greatest concern was our communication with our families, and that's actually been a strength for our staff and our school. Besides the usual ways of communicating through Facebook and emails and meetings on campus, we've added a lot of new communication techniques for our families that have proved to be quite positive. We've been holding monthly hawk talks for our parents so that they can keep updated about all the news that's going on in the community. We've created a Friday video that we send home with families, and we show our students in the classrooms, and it includes all kinds of news and current events. It's very student friendly. Students are participating, and we do a lot of shout outs for our students and our teachers on these Friday videos. So that's been a great new addition at Arlene High. I've continued with my positive calls home. And this year I actually added birthday calls. I call every student on their birthday. So 1 year later, I've talked to every student and many families multiple times. I do worry about a few of our families and their attendance. Our attendance rate has stayed pretty consistent. Before distance learning, it was about 96%. And currently we're just about over 94%. So we really do try to re-engage with any families that were having attendance issues. We have been happy to add the new Talking Points app that the district has provided, and that's really improved our communication with our EL families, and parents really seem to like it. If parents have actually called our office multiple times this year, requesting services, and we've been able to provide our families with services for technology, food and nutrition, social emotional support. And if we can't offer them the help here, then we will refer them to student support services. Social emotional learning has been a big part of distance learning, where we have an activity taking place in every single classroom and every student participates. We've also continued our after school clubs, and we actually have increased our club participation by over 50%. And I think that has a lot to do with transportation. Students don't have to worry about transportation. So our clubs have really been very popular this year. We give students opportunities to socialize before schools and at lunch and after school. So our students are keeping that contact with their peers. So there's been a lot of great successes this year. There's been a lot of challenges. I really want to call out our teachers and the hard work that they've put in this year, and the numerous hours of PD that they've participated in. I think that's been a great success this year, PD through Zoom. So thank you for the opportunity to share what's been going on at Arlene High. And I'd now like to introduce Mr. Mark Beard from Stone Lake.
Thank you, Lynn. Good morning, board members and colleagues. My name is Mark Beard, principal here at Stone Lake Elementary School. And it's my pleasure to present to you today and give you all a glimpse of what's going on here at Stone Lake. Before I share, I must recognize our elementary ed leaders, Dr. Graywall, Martin Fine, Janet Anderson, and Liz Rueda. The four of them have been amazing during this challenging time, and a special shout out to Martin Fine. He's been a mentor to me for over 20 years, and his support during this time has been invaluable. Our PBIS saying at Stone Lake is, our students must be hardworking, accountable, wise, kind, and safe. And if they're doing those things, they'll be soaring like hawks. It's clear that not only have our students been hawks during this time, our staff and parents have been hawks as well. Our students have definitely been soaring like hawks. During this first trimester, 213 of our 3rd through 6th grade students had GPAs of 3.0 or higher. 180 of those students had GPAs of 3.6 or higher. And you can bet we celebrated each of these students and more during our first trimester virtual award ceremonies. Speaking of hard work, our school, at the request of the community and staff, utilized site LCAP money to purchase IXL, a computer program that allows our K through 6 students to build ELA and math skills at home. So far this year, all of our classes have met usage rates and students have answered over 2 million questions. The program highlights our homeschool connection, and our parents know when all else fails, do IXL. Intermediate students were given the chance this fall to kind of share their thoughts on distance learning. 92% of our 5th and 6th graders were either very satisfied or satisfied with how our school was meeting their educational needs. 91% were either very satisfied or satisfied with their opportunities to connect with their teachers outside the regular classroom for additional support. Meeting the academic and social emotional needs of our students has been the #1 goal this past year for teachers, and it's been a topic at every single one of our staff meetings and leadership meetings. Every morning, Stone Lake students fill in a "How are you feeling today?" Google document. Student answers to these questions will sometimes result in the teacher having to dig deeper and find out what is going on. And sometimes after the digging, additional support is provided via our admin team or our MHT. Our bi-weekly Tier 2 meetings have continued and are the main form we use to determine next steps for specific students and address MTSS forms. Our staff works hard to offer our students activities that provide a break from the rigors of the school day. We have students participating in many school activities like Mathletes, Young Rembrandt's Art Club, AO, NEHS. This year we started CREST, Capital Region Engineering, Science, and Tech, basically a hands-on STEAM program for our students. Our community continuously seeks and asks us to provide STEM and STEAM opportunities for their children. And our VP, John Lyman, answered the call and started this program. And he currently meets once a week with about 30 students doing STEAM activities. The Stone Lake community has always embraced their role in helping support our students, and this year is no different. Our PTO has continued to offer events like restaurant nights and drive-through dinner events. Our October booth-through event that had traffic backed up all the way onto Elk Grove Boulevard, our Zooming into Winter Wonderland event, where Zoom breakout rooms hosted guides to allow students to create arts and crafts. This month, we're continuing our tradition of celebrating Arts Education Month, as our PTO is hosting a virtual art night tomorrow evening, and we'll have an April talent show as well. Our parents have been heroes during this time and have made sure that their children log on each day, creating an amazing 98.3 attendance rate here at Stone Lake. In district administered surveys, our parents have clearly shared their satisfaction with the way our teachers have handled distance learning, with 94% of our parents saying they're very satisfied or satisfied with how our teachers have conducted live instruction during distance learning. I've shared many positives about distance learning over the last year at Stone Lake, but we know that we have also had challenges. The main concern of both parents and students shared via surveys revolves around the lack of social interactions between students. As a school, I've mentioned some of the things we've done to try to deal with this. With that being said, there's not anything that replaces in-person learning and the social interactions that come at a school full of students and a caring staff. What are my concerns as a principal? I'm concerned about learning loss and intervention opportunities for students. While our teachers have worked hard to address learning struggles for individual students, as educators, we know that a full return to school will shed a bright light on the full impact this pandemic has had on students. I'm also concerned about the unique roadblocks that year-round schools face when attempting to address remediation. We do not have a summer break, and using off-track time is a difficult way to meet the needs of academically struggling students. The last year has definitely taught me a lot. It's taught me that I can survive without getting a haircut. It's taught me that parents rather see me on a Zoom than in person for parent meetings. But it has also taught us all to do our best to find the good in any difficult situation that we are faced with. The last year has brought the Franklin Region principals closer together than ever. We have shared struggles, successes, laughed, and borrowed ideas from each other. This group has been my sounding board for the last year, and I've truly grown as a principal because of their support. Our Stone Lake families have heard me say this a million times, and I'll share it with all of you. Stone Lake is an awesome school because we have awesome students coming from awesome homes, being taught by awesome teachers. Over the last year, each of these groups have continued being awesome. It is my pleasure to introduce Mark Levine, principal at Elk Grove Charter School, where they are known for empowering students to reach their full range of academic and human potential.
Thanks, Mark. I appreciate those kind words. Amazing. I can't believe I gotta follow all this. I'm used to presenting a little bit closer to midnight. So I think this is a good refresher for me to be here in the morning. I'm so excited to talk about Elk Grove Charter School, and anybody that knows me knows that I am more than willing to talk about our school and our great program that has been working in our community for 21 years now. As a district-created charter school that specializes in meeting the needs of students, our vision really is our North Star, and that's where we're trying to help students reach their full range of human potential. However, this year, we've also added in balance and flexibility, right? Where we're trying to create balance in the lives of our families and our students, and then always trying to be flexible, because we know if COVID's taught us anything, is that things can change on a dime. We are a 7th through 12th grade program, and we really have 3 types of students or student profiles that attend our school. And those are students that are looking for small group instruction or small environment, students that are looking for a flexible schedule, and then those that are looking for some sort of credit acceleration. When I think about 2020, and as we talk with our staff here, the word leverage comes to mind. We've really had to learn how to leverage the challenges that we have to make ourselves better. We've also had to learn that just because we're dealing with a global pandemic doesn't mean we don't have all the other issues that we have every other school year to deal with as well. So we've had to learn how to multitask and wear multiple hats. Our successes this year and within the pandemic is we had an increased graduation rate last year of our 2020 grads by nearly 10%. We're at 93% graduation rate. We were really excited about that and the hard work that our teachers and our students did. We also had our WASC accreditation this year, which allowed us to showcase who we are and really have our staff and students celebrated by outsiders that came in and gave us another, it was a mid-cycle that gave us a 3-year accreditation. Branding has been really important for us this year as we work to figure out who we are and be able to define that and communicate that out to the community. Our partnerships have been paramount and able to increase our footprint. And we are so excited by the amount of students that are taking advanced education courses at the local community colleges and the increase in students that are completing A through G graduation. Distance learning has been one of those things that I could say may not have had as much of an impact on Elk Grove Charter School because we are a non-classroom based charter school. But if you've ever been to one of our graduations, you've seen a couple things or heard a couple things. One, you've heard me cry. I do that unapologetically every year. But I also tell a story of the great Blondini who invented the tightrope walk over Niagara Falls. And at the end of his career, he was pushing a wheelbarrow across and he asked an audience member to jump in the wheelbarrow. I feel like this year we've asked our community to jump in the wheelbarrow as we push them across Niagara Falls on this tightrope, which is distance learning. But we've been able to leverage the challenges to create a better and stronger program. We've been able to increase the number of courses that can be delivered through Google Classroom. We've been able to be unchained from a strict textbook driven independent study model and have more and more supplemental materials for our students. We've also been able to provide more classes, more A through G classes. So excited that we actually have a Franklin physics teacher teaching a section of physics for our students after hours, an opportunity that has never been there for our students in the past, and COVID has really provided that for them. Our enrollment has taken a little bit of a hit this year, unfortunately. So we are down a few students. We understand and we believe that most of that is because of our outreach to 7th graders. Didn't happen as robustly as it does in the past because of COVID and this looming sense of what's coming next. What is COVID going to make us do next? So we don't see as many students moving within the district as we have in the past. Our attendance and our ADA percentages have stayed really consistent. We are above 98% in our 7th grade and 8th grade. We have dropped to 93% in our high school, which is down 2% from normal, which we usually hover around 95%. We attribute that to some of the digital divide that is created by Zoom meetings instead of in-person one-on-one meetings, somewhat of a loss of accountability for some students, but yet we're working hard to be able to meet that need. We're excited about our advocacy course charter that we've adopted, and we have implemented character strong modules to help deal with some of the social emotional issues that our students may be challenged with, and families. PBIS, college and career modules as well are all integrated into a weekly advocacy class. I could go on and on, but I think my time is about up. I'm just so excited for Elk Grove Charter School. I'm so excited for this region and our district. As a parent of and a principal in this region, it's just exciting. I have a child in elementary, middle, and high school, and I have a 5th grader at home who wishes he was going into 7th grade so he could come to Elk Grove Charter next year, but he's gonna have to wait. We're just so excited for all the hard work. I wanna celebrate my teachers for what they've done, and also the great leadership that we've had at the district level. No way we could get this off the ground without their help. And so I will now present you Adam Wood, the principal of Toby Johnson Middle School.
Hey, good morning. I'm Adam Wood, the principal at Toby Johnson. Replicating a full middle school experience in distance learning when half of the 1,300 students have never been on campus or learned anything about your school culture, it felt impossible last August. And while what we've offered and what we provided is not a full substitute for everything we normally have with on-campus school, if you'd told me back at the beginning of the year it would have gone this well so far, I don't know if I would have believed it. And so how are we making that happen so far? So I'm going to highlight a couple programs that I think have been really standouts at Toby. Our PBIS program, I think, sets the tone on our campus and sets the culture. It teaches our students our expectations as Jaguars in the classroom, outside the classroom, how they interact with peers and how they interact with adults. And taking that successful on-campus experience and transitioning to distance learning has been an incredible success. And that is thanks to the strong buy-in we have from every adult on campus, not just the teachers, but every staff member. And then the consistency and the follow through. We are passing out hundreds of our Jag Swag PBIS coupons on a weekly basis, and I track them each week, send it out to the staff. We even have a friendly competition with the staff divided into 2 teams to see who can pass out more. And then that information gets back to the kids on they were rewarded for showing one of our core values. And then we do raffles and prize pulls to let them know that we value them doing the right things on our campus, even though it's distance learning. And so in the fall, we had our activities director and one of our administrators delivering donuts to kids' houses in the morning, saying, hey, thanks for being responsible yesterday in class, or sending home custom blankets that one of our teachers was making with students' names stitched onto them. I think we gave out about 500 vouchers for In-N-Out hamburgers in a program we had with them, just making sure our kids knew that we cared about them, we miss them, and even though we can't offer some of the things we normally have on school, we want them to be having fun in whatever ways possible. And then for some of our students that need a little bit more than those tier 1 interventions, we have a really strong tier 2 program that targets about 10 to 12 students each term that have been meeting after school 4 days a week with one of our teachers and counselors to go over some study skill habits, connecting them to school. It's really hard for students to buy into what we're doing every day when they're not here and they just don't know as many as their classmates. And so this gives them a smaller environment to feel like they belong to something. And so we're taking some of our students that have been identified by their teachers as being at risk or struggling or not connecting regularly with attendance and giving them a chunk every day in the afternoon to make sure we're keeping them on track. Their parents know that we're looking after them and that they're getting the support they need. Our teachers, in the beginning of the year, I know they were nervous about teaching this environment and they've really stepped it up. A couple of things that I want to highlight is a lot of the in-house PD we've done. We've had teachers opening up their classrooms for colleagues to come in and watch. We've had teachers leading breakout sessions and staff meetings to share things they've learned. And we have my classroom visits, I'll see so much growth on a week-to-week basis with all the new skills we've learned. Highlighting some things that have been great successes recently. I've visited about 15 6th grade classrooms in the last couple of weeks, meeting some 6th graders, giving them a face to Toby, helping them with some logistics like course selection, but most importantly, telling them that no matter what August looks like, we're going to be excited to see them and we're going to make school the best experience possible for them. My biggest thing since I've came here is school should be fun, and that's for students and for adults. And that's a challenge right now. And I know a lot of our students feel isolated, our staff feel isolated. I've read every student and parent write and comment on the surveys. And so sometimes it's disheartening to hear how much they miss their friends and how much they miss the on-campus connection. And I want those sixth graders to know that whatever happens in August, we're going to do our best to make it a good experience. And then one last thing I want to highlight is over the last year, you know, like Mark Beard said, the Franklin region principals have gotten close, but especially the middle school principals, the 9 of us, we talk on a daily basis. I can't think of a day where I haven't talked to one of them on the phone. The amount of knowledge and sharing and stealing of ideas that we've been forced to go through over the past year, I think has made us all better educators and has made us more prepared for whatever comes next year. So next is Chantel Albiani, leader of the Franklin region, principal at the largest school in the district. So.
Thank you, Adam. Good morning, everyone. My name is Chantel Albiani, and once again, I'm grateful for the opportunity to share with you a brief glimpse of the work we are doing in the Wildcat Nation at Franklin High School. Although the transition to full distance learning came upon us very quickly last spring, I am pleased to share distance learning in March of 2021 is very different than April of 2020. When we started school this year, I told staff at our first day of pre-service, each and every one of us were starting again as first-year teachers. We acknowledged and embraced the reality of our school year, looking very different, and prepared ourselves for the road bumps that lie ahead. We learned new platforms, new tech tools, and new ways to engage students in a virtual format. Staff initially found the task to be daunting, but in the long run, they tell us that they have become better teachers. Many are finding previous challenges that have now become newly incorporated strategies they will continue to implement once we return to full in-person instruction. We began working quickly to identify the challenges of student engagement and connecting students to school. We are committed to leaving no one behind. Our graduation rate and attendance rates both remain high, with 98% of our students graduating in 4 years and 97.2% attending on a regular basis. Approximately 1.3% of our student population, or 43 students, is considered chronically absent at Franklin High School. For a school our size, I take great pride in that number because it indicates the dedication of our staff members to keep students connected to school. Administration and counseling staff recently started porch visits, and students are responding well to the additional support. ASB and Link Crew has held virtual Spirit Days, a quarantine cup competition, and our first ever virtual freshman orientation. Our VAPA program, which included all 4 aspects of performing arts, band, choir, dance, and theater, have hosted several virtual performances and will continue to do so. Our academic achievements continue to highlight our student progress, with a record number of approximately 1,200 students being honored and recognized for a 3.5 GPA or better at our virtual fall academic awards ceremony. Our special education teachers have seen an increase in both teacher and parent participation in IEP meetings and are able to support their student population with a wide variety of tutoring and paraeducator assistance. Our Wildcat Wellness Room has transformed itself with virtual courses and groups meeting almost every day of the week. Our PBIS coordinator works with our site wellness providers to provide a female empowerment workshops on Mondays, study skills and wellness Wednesday hangouts, and financial life skills on Thursdays and Fridays. Our greatest challenge has been keeping our school community socially and emotionally healthy. The toll of distance learning, not having school activities, and limited family and friend connections has been tremendous. We continue to focus on offering additional supports through our counseling staff, our social worker, and our school psychologists. We are grateful for our social worker and Care Solace as they provide an additional layer of support. Our greatest success, however, has been our growth as educators. Many of us thought very early on that the task of distance learning and reaching students was insurmountable. We leaned heavily upon our district leaders to provide support, training, and access for both our teachers and our students. We have learned new skills, discovered new ways to communicate, connect, and most importantly, teach. Our students have witnessed their own individual growth, but also that of their teachers and their parents. They truly know what it's like to be lifelong learners who will rise and face challenges hand in hand with the support of family and staff alike. We strongly believe our feeder schools play a tremendous role in the preparation for high school. We are incredibly grateful for opportunities to collaborate at our monthly meetings as we all work together to align our schools and programs. We meet and talk about how we are managing the daily changes facing our schools, and we rely upon another for support and advice. You've heard it from everyone on our team. We really lean in together and try to make decisions together as a team. Toby Johnson's principal, Mr. Wood, is the star of the Franklin region when it comes to our transitions from 6th grade to 7th grade and the incoming freshmen and their parents. He personally works with each of the principals and their 6th grade teachers,
1, 2, 3, testing, 1, 2,
as
3.
well as our team of counselors and administration here at the high school. We are looking forward to our continued collaboration and providing regional activities that will support all families in the Franklin region, regardless of age or grade. Thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, all of you. We have about 45 minutes and 6 people. So we'll go around with about 8 minutes each to start with. And then if people had more questions, we can circle back around. I want to get started, not waste any time. Ms. Jamerson.
All right, thank you. Being first, I don't get all my notes ready yet, but that's okay. I'm excited because this region, both of my kids, I see their principals here. And so I just want to say hello, thank you. I wanted to ask a question in regards to Elk Grove Charter. You said you had an increase in students who were meeting A through G requirements for graduation. What was that increase? I don't know if you happen to have the percentage offhand. And what is just your overall percentage of students that are prepared with A through G at graduation?
Yeah, so we last year it rose to 15%. So as a small school site with a small graduating class, we usually have about 90 students graduating, between 90 and 105. In the past, that number truly has been in the single digits of A through G completers, mainly because we haven't been able to offer the second year of lab science at the school site. Chemistry has been an ongoing issue that we just don't have the facility to do that. So our answer has been to try and push as many students to through advanced ed to the community college. With the change in science curriculum, we no longer have that chemistry requirement. Physics of the universe can now, for this year, can now take the place of that chemistry requirement, so to speak. But also, we've had so many more students taking advanced ed, and that's been attributed to really 2 things. One, we've had to change the mindset starting with our teachers. So all of our independent study teachers do transcript evaluations, but also they are supported by administration and counseling. And for so many of them, they weren't looking in the past at A through G, at students that were maybe 1 class away from completing A through G. Maybe they got a D in world history in 10th grade at a former school. So supporting them and changing their mindset. And then the next person or people to change that mindset was the students, right? You can complete this, right? You don't have to settle for not having your A through G. So that's just been a trickle down from administration and counseling to the teacher to the parents. And now as we move forward, being able to offer physics at the school site and not have to worry about the barriers of students getting to a community college class, which hasn't been the case with COVID because the classes have all been distance learning. We just expect to see this number to increase each and every year. That's our goal.
Perfect. And then Ms. Albiani, you touched a little bit about the new implementation of new tech tools and the desire to continue using some of those tools. And this is this question is for everyone. Just wondering, I've seen the benefit with my own children in using the tech tools and being able to be engaged, watching my 2nd grader use Padlet, making my 7th grader having, making a little bit fun using Kahoot. I'm wondering if there is going to be, I know that you said you want to encourage that. Is there going to be something that's not necessarily required, but how are you going to encourage all of your teachers to do that? Because I know that some are maybe a little more hesitant than others, but how are you, and not just Ms. Albion, anybody can answer that, but how to encourage your teachers to continue using those tools?
I think it's been really beneficial for a large part of our staff, especially our veteran staff, who really literally at the beginning of all this were like, oh no, I can't do one more thing. But at the same time, they have discovered the ease of using it and the breadth of communication and connection that they get with it. So just for example, Google Classroom or Google Meet, any Zoom, we can have more meetings with parents and have more people attend because we have these platforms that we're using. And so that was the thing when I spoke about them finding things that they're using that they're going to continue to use. They love this. They love being able to communicate with the parent. They love, even though it's not a phone call, but it's a face-to-face meeting. It's not taking place in the building, but I'm getting to know you. I know you. If I saw you, I could say hello. That whole connection piece is huge. And I think a lot of our teachers have adapted to using that. And many of my veteran teachers tell me they're going to continue to do those things, even when they're doing in-person learning. And I think the ease of, assigning stuff, maybe some asynchronous stuff that kids can do. It's like, okay, maybe it becomes an enrichment activity and here's something you can do on your own. And if you want to turn it in, here's a deadline and here's how you turn it in. I think all of those things have just really kind of opened new horizons for our teachers.
To add on, education took a hard pivot last year. And one of the barriers that most schools experienced was that one-to-one computer. And so, teachers would have this want to use more technology, but if your students didn't have the technology, you had to wait until the Chromebook that the grade level shared, got rolled to you for your hour. So I know that a lot of our teachers are going to continue to use a lot of these new, but they've been around, programs to not only deliver education, but also get input from students, because everybody's got access now. And there's nothing cooler than watching a kindergartner use Seesaw to read a text and, put a circle over the sound spellings that they found, and then grading that. And not only do they see what the kids are doing, but the parents see that as well. So
yeah, I'd also like to chime in that I think, there's that old saying that necessity is the mother of invention or innovation, right? And so I think this year there's been some necessity that teachers have had to pivot or adapt. But my hope is it's like dial-up internet. They're not going to want to go back to dial-up, right? They're going to not want to go back to, they found this really cool tool that they were able to use, and they got over the scariness of implementing and building something new into their lesson plans. And now it's there and they know how to use it. And so many of my teachers are telling me that. That's not just coming from me. They're coming to me and saying, oh my gosh, Mark, you got to check out how I'm using this in this course or in this class or in this environment. And I think that's the key, is they got to drive it, right? And I think that maybe was the essence of your question, right? Is how do they drive it rather than us mandating that they continue to use these tools? And I think it's going to work out on their own. They're going to do it.
Great. Thank you. I want to just, encourage that support is offered to continue using those innovative tools, and that if there's something that the board can do to continue to support you in supporting your teachers, I look forward to that. One thing
That's your time, Ms. Chambers.
Oh, shoot. Okay. And I just real quick, I just wanted to say I do have to leave early for a meeting. So I just wanted to let the principals all know that I will be stepping out a little bit early. So, but thank you for all your work.
Thank you. Mr. Forshina?
Thank you. Yeah, I just have a few questions. Yeah, Megan, what does Castillo's digital recess look like?
It is one time a week for each grade level. It is during lunch hour as well as after school, where we could fit it in. The students log into Zoom, and then every day we do a different activity. So they've done some directed draws. Some kids, they just haven't seen their friends in other classrooms because they've been in their silo, their Zoom silo. So they're meeting with their friends in breakout rooms, and sometimes they're playing video games with each other and just kind of hanging out and chatting. And then we're popping in and making sure that everything is going well. So overall, it's like a large activity with kids just being able to see and chat with each other.
Okay, thank you. Lynn, you had mentioned that you just added talking points, but what time period do you talk about with that statement, just added?
Well, we were able to add talking points, I believe it was in the late fall, early winter.
Okay.
And then we had a staff development in January for the entire staff. So that really kind of kicked it off for everybody on campus is using it. But it's really been well received, especially our EL parents that we're able to communicate with in a manner that we haven't been able to in the past. One of the other nice features about it, it's just so easy to use and very accessible. So it's been a big, big gain for this year.
Yeah, it's all of that, and the ease for communication is wonderful. You had mentioned that your club participation increased by 50%. What does that mean in terms of numbers of children?
So our clubs, the number of clubs that we offered has not increased, but the number of students has increased. I know in the past, some of our students that we wanted to participate and were not able to participate, it was because of transportation with parents, and parents needed to pick them up at a certain time, or parents were working and couldn't come back to school to get them. So with having these Zoom clubs, students are able to continue the participation at home, and our numbers have truly doubled. And it's been very exciting. And I think it's been giving students more opportunities to socialize with their peers. And it's been very social, emotional learning. I think it's been positive for students because of the connections and the success they have with clubs.
Thank you. Adam, what's the current status of your 7th and 8th grade sports and VAPA programs, specifically band and theater?
Yeah, so we're in the same boat as the rest of the middle schools in the district. We're looking to get track and field started up really soon with a practice plan being developed. I think we had, last I heard was the week after spring break is we could possibly get clearance to start official practices for track. VAPA, we're still hopeful that we can get approval to do wind instruments. That's a big hurdle right now with some of the guidance that we've been receiving. And so I had a meeting with the new VAPA director talking about band PPE, if we can go that direction. I've been talking to our band teacher a lot about what's possible, but that's, with the current guidance, some of the instruments are just off the table on campus.
Yeah, my understanding is that we're moving forward with band PPE so that we don't have a delay when we have kids back in school. And you said that you're hoping to start like track and field, but the high schools are already started. Why is there a delay with middle school?
That was the guidance that we got from the district on starting that stuff up. We hadn't been doing the on-campus conditioning activities throughout the year that you see a lot of the high schools have been doing because a lot of their sports, it's easier to set up from the previous summer because they have the kids. We don't have student information on our 7th graders as much, and getting that stuff started. We don't have coaches usually in the beginning of the year, and we only have one real outdoor sport, I think is probably the biggest challenge, and that's track and field. So, with the indoor stuff with basketball, wrestling, and volleyball, not exactly viable with the restrictions we've had.
Thank you. Chantel. Chantel, during normal times, what are the challenges that Franklin faces with respect to being an impacted school? Since you're a closed site.
I think we have, we manage our numbers very well. We're able to spread our kids out. Our schedule offers the unique mini courses during the lunch breaks. So we're able to break those lunch hours down and only have 1/3 of our student population at lunch while the other 2/3 are in the classroom. And so I think our unique schedule has really enabled us to not feel impacted. Our AP and our honors teachers really do like teaching that subject matter and teaching honors. And so they will say, well, I'll teach over, give me 40, and which we know is not, ideal. And so when they're willing to take that many students on, it helps us provide smaller classes in the intervention levels. It allows us the opportunity to provide more electives. And so I think we're able to spread our numbers out pretty well. But it becomes tight. Teachers are sharing classrooms. 80% of my staff shares. But they all do it willingly, and they all do it with great respect for one another.
1 minute, Mr. Porcino.
Pardon me?
1 more minute.
What was that?
1 more minute. I was just giving you a heads up.
How about your intervention and Avid classes, Chantel, with respect to the direct work that they're doing with the kids based on the numbers of kids?
So we're very fortunate. Our Avid program is very large for our school site. We have two Avid courses per grade level, and they are able to operate year long because they fit into the lunchtime minis. And so those teachers have contact with those students all year, throughout the year. We're not doing the alternating, quarter 1, quarter 3, quarter 2, quarter 4. They have contact with them all year. Our intervention classes, a lot of those run year long as well. And we are able to run them during the lunchtime, the minis as well, because they're easier to fit in those 5 credit classes, and we can spread them out that way. So we have, the Avid program, we have the math intervention, math labs, and we also have a CEASE program, which is like a school within a school that we started a couple of years ago, where a group of teachers have taken underperforming students, and those students have a specific math teacher, English teacher, advocacy teacher, and they're monitored very closely. Parent meetings are held with those parents. And so I think that's proven to be beneficial for our students as well.
Okay, and I do have, Beth, if we have time, one more question. It's a general one.
I've written you down. Ms. Charis Espinoza. And if you'll mute, please, Mr. Porcino.
Hi, folks. Thank you so much for wonderful reports. I wish I had time to ask questions and hear more about every single one of you and the interventions that you're undertaking, especially this past year. I wanted to ask first if you could quickly go through in the same order in which you presented and give us a sense of the results of your survey about families willing to have their parents come back to in person. And if you could tell us, which are the groups that are most likely and least likely to want to come back, I would appreciate that. And in terms of grade levels or other demographics, if you have that data so far.
Sure, I'll start out. We have overall 30% of our parents that would like to come back, but that has fluctuated over the past, week or so. But we're going to land about 30%, which is about, 166 on our Tuesday, Thursday cohort and about 169 on our Wednesday, Friday cohort. So it's split pretty evenly. The split as far as demographics all the way across the board, it's pretty even. It's about 30, it lands 30%. With our older grades, 5th and 6th are grades that are not coming back in greater numbers. They're at about maybe between 20 and 25% for 5th and 6th. Our younger kids, TK, kinder, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, we have more of them coming back. And so a little bit over that mark. And so that's our breakdown by grade level. We see a lot of our parents of younger kids wanting them to come and get that school experience. And as you know, that TK, kinder, and 1st, it's that in-person only.
Wonderful. Ms. Brown-Jones?
Hi. So we're about the same. We have about 30% of our families returning. When you look at the demographic breakdown of that, it kind of matches the breakdown of our school. So 30% of our students returning are Asian and 25% are Hispanic, 26% are Caucasian, 10% African American, and then 9% 2 or more ethnicities. And it's pretty even kinder through 6th grade with approximately 6 to 8 students per class, which means 3 to 4 students each day. Some classes vary, and we have a strong return rate in our kinder and some of our 1st grade classrooms.
Interesting. Thank you. Ms. Davis.
Yeah, we have an overall return rate of 42%. It is pretty representative of our ethnicities in the breakdown. So for instance, we have 12% of our population identifying as 2 or more race, and 12% of the students returning are identifying the same. So it's pretty representative. What I did notice was we have a 30% of our population is self-identified as Hispanic, only 26% coming back. If you know the Franklin area, we have the farmland to the south and the dairies.
Yeah.
And some of the families are unable to procure transportation back. So they're going to continue with some distance learning. So I think that might be part of what was happening with some of our families. The highest group coming back is kindergarten. 52% of our kindergarten kiddos are coming back, and our lowest was 36%. I did notice when some announcements were made about guest partner teachers that I had some parents call and go back to distance learning, because the hope was that the student would be in the classroom with their assigned teacher.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Mayor.
Yes. At Arlene Hine Elementary, we have about 34% of their students returning. I haven't noticed any particular patterns. It varies from classroom to classroom. Some of our smallest cohorts have as few as 2 students, and then some of our larger cohorts, we have as many as 9 students coming. So it really, really varies. And speaking to some of our parents are not returning because of the transportation issue for just 2 days a week. And routines are very important to families, and that kind of breaks up the routine. And then some families have reported that they're waiting for their children to be vaccinated before they come back. So that's kind of what I've been hearing from the families.
Thank you. Mr. Beard?
For us coming back, we have 63% of our families returning for, not returning, 63% are staying with distance learning, and 36% of our families are coming back for in-person learning. And that's changed a little bit from the last time that we were gearing up for a return. We were like right at 70-30 the last time. So we've had a slight uptick of parents, planning to return. And in terms of a grade level, looking at grade levels, like Jack talking about primary grades having more returning, it's not happening at Stone Lake. It's kind of just mixed regarding the grade levels. there's not a particular grade that even with in-person for first and kindergarten, there's not a higher amount in those grade levels. And kind of piggybacking on what Lynn was saying, you know, one of my kindergarten classes is going to have a guest partner teacher, and the numbers of that class, they finally found out that was truly going to happen, and that's impacted the numbers in that class pretty significantly, in a change from coming to school in regards to going back to distance learning. So there's been a change of like 6 students in that class that were planning to return and now are saying that they're going to stay in distance learning.
Yeah, it seems like it's making a big difference whether or not the teacher is going to be in the classroom. That may be more of a deciding factor for families. Madam Chair, can we get a quick time check? I have 3 more schools I want to hear from on that.
You have 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Okay, let's see. Well, Mr. Levine, what can you tell us?
Yeah, I'll be quick. Ours is statistically, it's hard to break it down by ethnic groups because we have 50 students that have said they want to come back on Synergy, which is about 20% of the school. But when we look at grades 7 through 10, the largest number of we have 8 eighth graders wanting to come back. So really not able to divide that up by, you know, ethnic breakdown, at least in a statistically significant way.
Gotcha.
Most of our parents are just struggling with making a shift in their daily routine.
Yeah, Mr. Wood, if we can squeeze you in.
Yeah, 25% of our students are coming back for in-person, and it's split pretty evenly between 7th and 8th, a handful more 8th graders.
Good. Miss Albiani for the win.
So for the win, we have the lowest percentage of students that are returning to school. We have about 16.8% of our students that are wanting to return to school. Our highest number of those students are 9th graders. Our lowest number is 12th grade. Demographically, it's spread pretty evenly across all of our ethnicities. I wouldn't say there's more one than the other. So it's been, you know, we have a small percentage. We'll have 200 kids on campus on a Tuesday, Thursday cohort, and 200 and some more on a Wednesday, Friday cohort.
Wow. Okay. Thank you all very much. And that's all for me, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Martinez-Soler.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for your presentations. Again, I'll try to start with the summary and then ask my questions. The summary overall, what I heard is that you all are doing a great job at each of your school sites to help student learning address the standards and also help bring back student supports or student clubs and different ways to engage your students. So I commend you on all the work that's been done. You know, some of the questions that I lead to each of your site, I have numerous pages of notes. So you did an excellent report. I just want to say that. And each of your sites, we can see what you're doing individually. I was happy to also hear about how you're working collectively as a team between the region, but not just within your own region. I believe the middle school, Toby, you mentioned how that middle school there, how you work across all the middle schools with the other sites, the 9 middle schools. So I feel like that's very a testament to implement best practices, right? And to learn from each other and not have to reinvent the wheel, especially during these critical times of the pandemic, when we're having to move so quickly, each of you, and make decisions and try your best to engage the students and learning and the families. So I appreciate getting that feedback from you. One of my questions that I wasn't able to ask earlier with the site, and any of you feel free to answer, I wanted to know how the IEP meetings are going with the families and parents, and overall other types of resources that you are providing to some of the students that may need those additional supports.
I'll speak on the IEP meetings. Our attendance and our parent attendance and our teacher attendance has been increased tremendously. Parents, we no longer have to worry about scheduling something when they can take time off or they have to drive all the way over here. And so our attendance has been great. We've been able to work with families to provide, if we have paraeducators that are able to provide assistance. I think we're doing a fabulous job of keeping those kids connected And I know that our special education teachers are really enjoying having that increased connection with families. And I think our families are happy because they're reporting like they feel like we are more accessible and that they're being heard. And perhaps it's being able to sit down and not have to rush to a meeting, and it's being able to sit down and speak at a meeting and know that everybody in the room, you have their undivided attention. But the response we're getting from parents is off the charts, just overwhelmingly positive.
I'll speak a little bit to that as well. We had kind of a backlog from last spring. So when we opened up our school year in the fall, we had some IEPs that we really were trying to be attentive to quickly, as well as the ones that were just coming forward for this school year. And SSTs, which I know are different, but are important to be held. We were having some scheduling issues in the fall. So we were able to schedule a lot of those after school, similar to what Mrs. Albiani just said, where a parent could come in from work and just go into I've seen many in a car or a break room or whatever the case from work, getting into a meeting, and we were able to get some of those done after school. We also have had roving subs, even during distance learning, where they log into a classroom and they take over that teacher's class, and that teacher's released to then attend a different Zoom link where we're all waiting for them the teacher to come join us and the parents, and then we hold that meeting, etc. So we can take a whole day, and we've caught up, and we feel like we're doing justice. We have OT services, we have speech services, we have RSP services, and then we have a couple of PALS classes. So I believe they're getting their needs met as best we can in a distance learning format.
And if I could piggyback, I think this is one part of distance learning that's going to continue when we all come back to school. I think the parents really appreciate the convenience of sitting in the IEP meeting when they're at their office, and the comfort of signing things digitally. And I think that's something that will continue after distance learning is discontinued.
And I'll just add that it's really hard to digitally sign those IEP forms with your mouse. My signature has looked really horrible in those on those documents. I'll just add that, but I'll echo what everybody else is saying too. That it's provided our parents, just like Diane said, I've seen parents in cars and break rooms with the IEP meetings, and again, I agree. Just like the parent meetings that we have, that will probably continue via a Zoom format in some way, and I think IEPs will probably be provided as an option to be done that way in the future too. It's been a godsend, I'm sure, for parents.
And I know part of your question also was about intervention. And so I want to just make sure that we address that too. The way that the schedule is set up, the afternoon time is set aside for intervention in small group. So that has been very helpful for teachers with a laser focus to look at students who were struggling not only that day, but have other deficits, that they were able to pull them into a small group and work with them. Our teachers have also been able to do a lot of small groups with breakout rooms. So they'll set the class onto an activity and then pull a few students into a breakout room and do a real quick remediation with them.
Thank you. I know that's important when we talk about learning, right? Because sometimes I'm hearing that word going back to the new normal, but then gathering the best practices and ways, like you said, the continuation of doing the virtual meetings for some of the parents, it's more convenient for them. So that's one practice that may continue forward. That leads into my next question. What do you foresee as being next steps with the transition of schools reopening and the different needs that you may come across, or how are you going to address the needs with the next steps of supporting the students to ensure that when they're coming back, that transition is smooth for them?
I'll start a little bit. We've talked, I met with our kinder and first grade team this week and just talking about the need that we'll have as a school to teach kids how to be at school. They haven't been at school. The kindergartners have never been here. And the first graders have never been here either, other than their kindergarten pod that they've been at, so there's going to be a teaching time, you know, obviously for us as a school to teach our youngest Hawks how to be students at school, and then just transition up to the older students, just remind them what it means to be back to school and what it means to be back at school in a safe way, and practicing what it means to be, you know, to be returned to school and doing it in a safe manner. So there's going to be a lot of work, and a lot of our PBIS, you know, is transitioning into that, and, you know, expectations that we had as schools, you know, before the pandemic. Those expectations are changing and adapting to what it's going to look like for students to return during this time.
I know at the high school level, some of our colleagues down the street at Laguna Creek created a video with students of what the ingress and the egress is going to look like, what walking on campus is going to look like, what the expectation is with masks and hand washing and all of that. And we intend to share that with parents. I also intend to share our safety plan with parents and open myself, create like several meetings in the evenings where parents can come, and we'll do a Q&A on their concerns and follow up on how we're going to address that and what it'll look like when their kids have when they come onto campus. We've been very fortunate in that with our 4 quarters, we've had to do a lot of textbook distribution, textbook collection, and so our kids are getting used to the drive-through format. And we can, you know, if we can organize 2,900 kids to pick up textbooks and drive through and get all the materials that they need for learning, I'm pretty sure we can manage the 400 on campus in a format with the maps, and here's what direction you're going to walk in, here's where you're going to go. And so I think our kids are expecting that support, and they're expecting to have, you know, guidance as to what that looks like. And like Mark spoke to it, our 9th graders have never been on Franklin High's campus. And so we're going to do, with the ones that are returning to distance learning, we're going to do a little small group orientation with pods of students, and, you know, kind of walk them through the steps. Here's where you're going to enter and exit. Here's where your classrooms are. And so we're planning on doing that in the very near future.
At Carroll, we're planning on having parent meetings almost every 2 hours, just to you know, go over expectations on campus, go over the protocols. Health and safety is going to be woven into our PBIS expectations around campus. We will have assemblies for kids, weekly announcements, where we go over these expectations, videos, and a Google slideshow for our students that are going to be produced, so we can help them, you know, get onto campus in a safe way and get familiar with the protocols around campus, because it is going to be different experience than when many of them left. And like the other principal said, some of them have never been here. And so that's going to be an important piece, is the parent education, the student education piece, all of those pieces.
Thank you.
Thank you for all the information again. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perez?
Great news. We're going to receive billions of dollars in education from the feds. So therefore, same format that Ms. Chidas went order, I would like to ask each one of you, knowing that we're going to have some funding, what type of programs and would we need at your level of education? Your input. We should fund. What's your needs, applications, things like that. After school programs, continue. Teacher aid in classrooms, bilingual, bicultural aids. So can you give me some feedback on that?
I think there needs to be some really purposeful assessment of students. We are assessing them now formatively and summatively, but it's sometimes difficult to determine whether that's accurately measuring what a student knows, because we don't have control of their environment. So Once we have a more accurate assessment and figure out what they know and don't know, and where some learning gaps are in comparison to the standard, we've got to have really purposeful plans. I'm really excited about the announcement about the funding that's coming. If COVID allows, I think summer school is, for those of us on traditional, would be critical to get some students in to see if we can make up for some of the loss. I don't know what our COVID, what we're going to be allowed to do then. And in the fall, for Franklin, and I would guess others, it's going to be personnel, small group targeted, maybe even one-on-one to address the learning gaps and needs of students. Because when a teacher is in front of 24, 28 students, it's sometimes difficult to really get in and make up for some loss in a kid. So I think the more personnel we have, the better kids are going to be.
Thank you.
And I would agree, and I'd piggyback with what Diane just said, that assessment's going to be a very important part of our work when students come back to see what their level is. And then students who are working below level, we need to provide them with intervention. I want to give a kind of a shout out to our EL services. They have a very nice model going right now where certain students are recommended for tutoring, and they have trained tutors, and they're providing some of our EL students with extra tutoring. And it's been a real nice model that I think perhaps that we can expand for our general population.
I would add a couple of things. The first thing, I would ask the board to look at, with the support of school leaders and is what regional technology programs are used, and purchase those programs as a district. I pay for IXL for my school. It's $10,000 for a license for my school. I don't get very much money. So for me to allocate basically 50% of my budget that I have for IXL, which is worth it based on the impact, the input I've received from my community and staff, that's a large sum of money. And knowing that it's utilized within our region at the middle school level, it's one of those things that as a district we should look at. What are the high leverage technology programs that are used in regions, and purchase those programs for regions, and not have that be a school site expense. In addition to that, I brought it up in my conversation, the difficulty that we have at year-round schools to remediate students is something that's very difficult. I mean, you can have an off-track time intercession, but to find people, teachers to teach, and also to get students to attend, that's a short break for students, and some students are not ready to utilize that time for more learning. It's a vacation time for them, when in summer, students have a larger period of time to say, you know what, it's okay for me to give up a few weeks to go to summer school because I'm still going to have this vacation. It's a difficult situation for year-round schools to deal with when it comes to intervention. And I think looking at an extended day program, extended day intervention with teachers that would specifically teach that we have money to pay those teachers would be something that I would want for funding.
Very good, very good.
Yeah, I would say, just following our order, for us as a charter school, obviously we have potentially some different implications with funding, but for us, it's going to be, curriculum development, a possible purchasing of curriculum that's already developed and created by third-party sources, or the ability to pay teachers to create curriculum that's specific for our school and our setting. In addition, staffing, so that then falls into staffing, will be paramount to be able to get to move the dial, especially if we're looking at a potential increase in enrollment. I know I said right now we're down, but there could be a potential increase in families looking for distance learning once we get through the pandemic. So preparing for that and working to have that on our radar to address, so we're not shocked by it down the road. And then ultimately for us as a charter school facility, we need more facility at the site.
I'm going to second what Mark said. We need more facility at the site. I could definitely use more space, more teachers. I'm good with the number of kids we have right now, but space and teachers would be a premium for us, as well as that additional support for our intervention kids, and really finding a way to fit what we can into the school day rather than extending the school day. Our CEASE program that we, I had a group of teachers bring it to me and say, we want to do this with our low performing 10th graders at the time, has been really tremendous in just making that a small group, making it a school within a school, giving them 5 or 6 contacts that they rely upon for all of what they need. And those parents feel very, very connected and very supported. And I think programs like that and encouraging those things would be really helpful, especially in schools, secondary schools the size of Adam and I.
I always like to bring it back to that parent input. The parent input from our ELAC, from our school site council, from our DLAC, just all the way across the board. We know that parents want that extra intervention, intercession, summer school, those type of extra learning opportunities. And I know each of us here have that written into our LCAP to provide funds towards that for intervention teaching, extra tutoring after school, all of that. And so, I believe that's a need across the board that we would all like, but especially from all the parent input I've been getting also. But I know that we are already doing that as a region. I know each of us are providing intervention, intercession, tutoring, and so if we, with those funds, that'd be great to bolster that. And so I just want to throw it out there from the parent perspective.
Oh, I was reading yesterday that when parents are more illiterate in computer use and all that, you have better communications with schools. You think that that's an issue over here within your geographical area?
Mr. Perez?
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. We have very short time. You're over, but I wanted to make sure you had enough time to hear all the answers.
Oh, was there another person? My last question was, do you think that parent literacy, computer literacy would help with your communications and within your geographical area? Because I know for a fact that, or I've seen a study that improved communications between parents and school districts.
And I'll answer that. I do think that would absolutely help our communication. But I think our parents are also hungry for it too, because our students are now becoming very proficient online.
Right.
And we need to make sure that parents know how to catch that and also monitor it safely at home.
Right.
Because the world has opened up.
Right.
To a lot of our students, and we want to make sure that they are navigating it in a safe manner.
Right. Yeah, that's very important. Okay. So how much time I have left?
Well, you're about 2.5 minutes over right now.
Oh, thank you. Sorry about
Mr. If everyone's willing to stay for 5 more minutes, Mr. Fortuna had 2 more questions, and I will defer all my time to my fellow board members.
That's wonderful. Thank you. I have a general question, and if you can answer it, please feel free to do that. And the question is, during distance learning, what percentage of your staff has worked from their classroom?
I think Toby probably has one of the higher percentages in the district. We have on Tuesday through Friday, especially, we'll have 25 teachers on campus every day with a staff of about 55.
Okay, thank you.
Charter's at 25, small staff, but we have about 5 teachers that are here every day out of 20 teachers.
Thanks,
We have
Mark.
about 25% of our teachers on campus.
Thank you.
I have about 21%. I have anywhere from 25 to 35 that come every day.
Thank you.
15%.
Would you like me to give percentage of day of the week? Because it fluctuates, but
Just in
it's
general.
about, it ranges about 20% of our teachers here.
Okay,
And same with me, it's about 20%.
okay,
Arlene Hine, I was gonna say about 30%.
okay. And are there any issues that you are aware of between the teachers that have chosen not to come in and the teachers that have? That's a yes or no. No, no, no. Okay, thank you.
We finished?
Yes.
One more question.
Excellent. It's
Regarding high
12:01.
school- Regarding high school, have you seen maybe an early exit of seniors maybe going to a junior college or for preparation for, you know, like state college or state universities or what?
I've only received one application for an early graduation, and that's because his family is moving to Canada. And I have not seen any other requests for early graduation or a mass exodus. They all like Franklin High School, and they all plan on staying with us.
Thank you. Thank you very much to our board. It's 12:01. We are scheduled for a half-hour break. Thank you very much to the Franklin region. I know you guys are very busy, have a lot of exciting things happening. We wish you wildly successful backs, and I hope our kids just keep coming back until they're here 5 days a week.
Thanks,
care.
principals.
Enjoy.
Appreciate
Thank
it
you
very
so
much.
Thank you.
Board, we will be back at 12:30 from our
Really?
Mr. Prez, you're not muted, just so you know. Miss
And Beth, hey everyone.
I didn't find out. Are you able to be with us for the rest of the day now then?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. Okay, so I see Mr. Fortuna, Mr. Yang. Chair Espinoza. Dr. Martinez, are you with us?
You hear me?
Yes, there you are. Thank you. And then Mr. Perez. There you are. I learned how to move you guys so I can put you all up at the front. Kind of a gymnastic move almost. Not good
I
at
didn't
it.
know you could do that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, who knew? All right, well, let's get started again. Ms. Jamerson, I believe will be back with us in about an hour. She had a commitment at work. She was not able to deter. So we are back for a report on Inclusive Early Education Expansion Program. Ms. Sereno, is there any public comment related to this item?
There are no public comments related to this item.
Thank you. Mr. Riley, would you please present the item?
Yes, thank you, President Albiani, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos. It's my pleasure to present this plan. It is essentially, it's an overview of our vision for the Learning Together Preschool Center, which is the actualization of a grant that we were awarded about over a year ago. And it's called the Inclusive Early Education Expansion Program, IEEP, 3 E's in the middle there. I'm going to turn it over just in a moment to our program specialist, Jennifer Lipsky, who has been involved in this from the ground floor. So she's going to take us through the particulars, some highlights from the grant and some particulars for the vision of the program. I do want to make reference because although Ms. Lipsky will be presenting the bulk of today's presentation, this really has been a team effort, a collaboration amongst 3 separate divisions, four divisions, elementary ed, human resources, special education, and our facilities and planning division as well. Dr. Bindi Graywall has been a key member here, Janet Anderson, Amrik Singh, our Chief Human Resources Officer, the Special Education Leadership Team, Director Ann Regali, Coordinator Melissa Stoneman, Jennifer Lipsky, as I mentioned, and then of course, Bill Heineke and Susan Bell partnering with us in the renovation, the remodeling of the old Franklin Elementary site. So without further ado, I will share the screen and I'm happy to introduce Ms. Lipsky, who will present the plan.
Thank you, David. So David went over a little bit of the background that we were awarded the grant back in 2020. The purpose of that grant was to promote inclusive learning environments specifically to preschool populations. And then the grant funding that we received was intended to develop what we're calling our Learning Together Preschool Center, which would be a preschool site where our students can be educated together in integrated classrooms on that site. So what is the Learning Together Preschool Center? The old Franklin Elementary School, the facilities there are being redesigned and modified and updated so that they can meet the needs of our littlest learners, our 3- and 4-year-olds. We're going to educate our preschool students in general education alongside those who are receiving special education services in an inclusive setting. And once the facility is up and running, once it's all been renovated, renovated, we would have capacity for 30 total preschool classrooms on that site. So we included a copy of the new Franklin site, the new Learning Together Preschool Center. They've adjusted a little bit of the flow of the way the school is set up. We've also made some changes to the parking lot to make some more space there, and they've added more playground facilities. The way that it's been designed is to have 5 or 6 classrooms clustered around a smaller playground, and that's to accommodate the needs of some of our students who might have a more difficult time with lots and lots of kids on the playground. So they really are, we're trying to make it as preschool friendly as possible and to accommodate as many needs as we can of the students that will be attending those programs. And then we also included this slide that just shows some of the ideas that they've come up with, our designers, in terms of what the site would look like. It looks like they're looking at kind of a brown bear theme, which is appropriate for preschool. And even the fencing around the school was all designed with preschool in mind for it to be preschool friendly, using a lot of those bright colors and preschool themes. So the center is designed, we will be serving 24 of our existing preschool programs that are all located in the southwest area of our boundaries here in district. They will be transitioning from their current school sites over to the Learning Together Preschool Center. And currently those are the classrooms that are housed at Costello, Donner, Earhart, Elliott Ranch, Fikert, Folks Ranch, Franklin, Hine, McKee, and Stone Lake. In terms of the theory of design for the center, the center is designed to maximize implementation of 8 of the practices that were recommended by the National Center for Learning Disabilities. The first one is the Universal Design for Learning, which is the educational framework that guides that development for flexible education and flexible learning environments to accommodate learners who might learn in different ways. It's also designed for collaboration between our general education and special education staff. We want to use only evidence-based content instruction so that we'll be using those strategies that the research has supported in being effective for using with our preschool population. And then of course, we want to have classrooms that are culturally and linguistically responsive. We want to use strategy instruction, which would be a focus on showing our students how to learn the skills that they need to acquire. We'll also be using a lot of positive behavioral strategies, using explicit targeted instruction in order to meet the unique needs of each student, and then flexible grouping so that we can provide those opportunities for our students with special needs to be in smaller or larger groups with students who are typically developing throughout the day based on their individual needs. And the long-term goal of the preschool center is to expand inclusive opportunities for students by transforming our current integrated self-contained special education classes into inclusive general education preschool classes. We currently, we accommodate some students who are typically developing in our classrooms now, but not at the level that we'll be able to do in this new site. And then in terms of the programs and services that would be available at the new site, we would offer our intensive speech and language services. Many of our students receive speech and language services at their home schools, but some students need more intensive services. And so we'll offer that type of service at the center. We'll also offer occupational therapy, physical therapy, or other related services per each student's IEP. Along with the inclusive preschool classrooms that would make up the majority of the classrooms on the site, we would still have some of our PALS classrooms, so the program for the acquisition of language and social skills at the highly intensive, and integrative levels. And then also 2 of our Mod Severe preschool classrooms. And then in addition to that, the assessment center that's currently located at Donner Elementary School would also be moving over to this new site. So in terms of the benefits, we were able to come up with a huge list of benefits, both to our students and our families and to staff. For students, it provides them with opportunities to interact with diverse learners. So not just our students with special needs who would benefit from having typical peer models for language and social skills, but our children who are typically developing would benefit from having opportunities to work with students who might learn to do things in a different way. We'd also have increased mainstreaming opportunities and inclusion opportunities because everybody would be located on one site. Because we tend to have a lot of students moving between programs at the preschool level as they acquire more skills, having all of those different classrooms on the same site provides more seamless transitions for those students and families. And then also the facilities would be preschool size. So we've had issues, some difficulties with some of our preschools using the restrooms and the playgrounds and those kinds of things on an elementary school campus because they're so little. So this site would provide things that were all at their size. And then having everybody at one site would also provide us with some increased opportunities for parent training, which I think would be a big benefit to the community. In terms of benefits to staff, having everybody on one site would provide increased collaboration time for our staff. It would also allow for less windshield time and more time working directly with students for our service providers. And then in terms of having the assessment center on site at the Learning Together Preschool Center, we would have a much easier transition between that initial evaluation and the initial placement. It would allow parents an opportunity to actually meet the teacher and see the classroom all at the same time that they're having their IEP meetings. So we would have that seamless transition there as well.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Jennifer, for that overview. Just a few more slides to delineate what our next steps are and some of our considerations. As I mentioned, this is very much a collaborative effort, and the cooperation between the special education, elementary education divisions will certainly model the inclusive nature and founding principle of the new program. So we will continue to collaborate with our partners in facilities and planning and also human resources. We are working on and we will be seeking input and forming a proposal for the administration of this site and the pre-K program as a whole. With general education students at this site, with our students with special needs, we are going to have a continued collaboration in the operation of that site and the program. So we're looking at a means to do that given our current administrative structures. The targeted date for completion for this new site and the opening of the program is July of 2022. Additional considerations for the support and administrative structures. As I stated before, elementary ed and special education will develop and propose an administrative structure that will support the Learning Together Preschool Center and the entire pre-K general education program. We'll seek to incorporate existing team members who have been instrumental in the development of the grant and the vision for the program. We'll model the integrated approach by creating a shared administrative structure comprised of special education and general education staff. And we'll consider adjustments and realignments of the pre-K organizational structure in order to support this unique facility and program design. So as always, we're here to take questions and feedback, and I will also avail myself, members of my team, elementary ed, for any board members who have questions, who want to meet or have exchanges while we develop this plan and proposal moving forward as well.
Thank you, Mr. Riley, and our other presenters. Mr. Fortuna, do you have questions or comments?
Of course. Thank you. First one, we built the new Franklin site because we had determined that it wasn't cost effective to do the work that Franklin required. Plus its size didn't allow for our growth. Is the grant taking care of all of those costs that we had determined were prohibitive to upgrade the site?
I'm probably the best person to speak to that, Mr. Fortuna. So obviously the grant was very fortuitous in allowing us some additional funding to do some improvements. The site as proposed with this program is going to be far smaller in terms of the population, some of those infrastructure shortcomings that the old Franklin posed for a comprehensive elementary school upwards of 900 students. The site lends itself more to the ability to house the number of students that we're proposing here. So as we develop and continue to do the planning of this ultimate construction project, should the district and the board want to continue down these lines, we will reconcile what the costs of that project are with the grant, and then ask the board for any additional funding that might be necessary to complete the project.
Since that says to me we're venturing into a new area that possibly has costs, should we not know what those costs are so that we could include them in our deliberations? Because we have many educational requirements that we have not taken time to speak to.
Are you speaking to the capital costs of this project or the operational costs of the project?
Well, both, if we're going to venture into a new arena. We have definitely needs in a number of in educational areas where we should be developing programs to target specific groups, especially Black kids in suspension and expulsion, the social emotional area, lost learning, and on and on and on. Social workers in our secondary sites that are going away because the grant's ending. So given the requirements that we have for existing program, should we not know what we might be getting ourselves into financially before we make a decision? Because I believe strongly that our first responsibility is to existing program before we look at new and or additional programs. So when might we have a sense of what the construction and ongoing additional costs will be to the school district?
So as we continue to develop the planning of what the school would look like, we will certainly be bringing that forward to the board for consideration. I don't want to speak to the programmatic side. I can't do so as effectively as the folks that are joining us here today. But I think that's a question and a conversation that we would have as well.
I can speak to,
and I appreciate that response, Rob, but that cost information is going to come after the fact. It'll come after we're already into the project.
Yeah, I don't believe that to be the case necessarily. We're not asking for approval today, right? We're just updating the board on what we're thinking about and what we're planning. So I think that conversation will happen as well.
I can speak to the.
And I understand that. I guess what I'm comfortable with is that planning on going forward without the budget information.
We're putting forward we have to get the planning put together to figure out what the costs will be.
Right.
So that's the part we're sending things, having the architects take a look at the potential. So we need that work to be done so we can give you an estimate. With some of the ongoing piece, and Mr. Riley will speak to this too, is these are many services we're already doing. We're just doing them in different places. So the idea that, we're still providing these preschool services, but they're spread across the district. The assessment center already exists and is running and is staffed. It's just a matter of where it will be located. So some of these are just a movement of where the service will take place without additional costs. But the estimate on the actual infrastructure changes, that work's going to be done, and we'll bring it to the board before it would move forward.
Okay, because there's two pieces. One is the one time and one is the ongoing.
Absolutely.
And again, as I look at personally, but I think others are in the same place, as I look at the development of new programs that are targeted for specific groups that have constantly underperformed, do we have a responsibility to look at addressing the needs of those kids before we decide and commit millions to something else? And so that's why, to me, the cost information is really critical.
So, Mr. Fortuna, I want to share with
whether or not.
Sorry, we were both stepping on each other there and you were breaking up. I want to be clear too, and again, I don't want to get too far down the programmatic lanes and say something that Ms. Lipsky or Ms. Regali or Ms. Stoneman or David might not concur with. From my personal perspective, overseeing budget, right, that these are services that, as Mr. Hoffman said, we're already providing. These are services for students that are mandated that continue to grow in our organization. We have struggled over the years to find space for these programs. And with building the new Franklin Elementary School, we saw an opportunity for space to not be nearly the issue that we've been struggling with previously in trying to find locations for these special needs preschool programs. So we took a fresh look at Franklin, where we could centralize this program to some degree and afford ourselves the opportunity to continue to grow, because we know this has been growing, I'll say exponentially, but it does afford us now some relief in terms of building a program that we know we will also be growing into, and not having these facility and capacity issues and trying to find sites that have space, because that's starting to dwindle.
And what will we do? And what will we do with the space that is freed up?
Well, it gives us increased, that's what I was going to speak to. It gives us increased capacity at those school sites, which may mean we have to build one fewer school down the road because of the ability to house more kids at the schools, because those classrooms won't be dedicated to these services anymore. So that's another side benefit of this piece from a capacity standpoint at the schools where these programs will be relocated.
If we move forward with the plan, once we know total cost to the school district.
Agreed. Those are all part of the process. Yeah.
Because even though we have been awarded the grant, we don't have to accept the grant, correct?
Correct.
Yep.
Okay. On page 3, we talk about the kids, general and special. Who are the kids?
I'll bring up page 3 here. Who are the kids?
Yeah, who are the kids? We'll educate preschool students in general education and those with special ed services. So who are the kids in the two categories?
Those are our students who are developing it normally in our ages 3 through 5, who are currently in our preschool programs. We do have integrated models where students who peers are together, students with special needs and students developing normally are mixed. So it'll be those programs and those students. Right
Are
now,
those state preschool
some of them are, yes.
and Head Start?
For the precise breakdown, Jennifer, do you have that information handy, or Janet? I know it's a mix.
In terms of for the program, if we were following the grant, we would be working with the state preschool programs exclusively.
Okay, thank you. What about transportation costs? Since we'll be, given the area that Franklin's located in, will they be increasing?
Or decreasing, frankly. So right now, these mandated special ed preschool programs are scattered throughout the district, and we're transporting multiple children to these multiple sites. So it would allow us the efficiency of having a single site to transport those students to.
Okay, because I certainly understand the fact that we're mandated to serve certain kids, and I understand that the reimbursement we receive is far less than what it costs us to educate the kids, which means an impact on the general fund. So, always concerned about restricting those requirements on general fund whenever we can. So I was just curious as whether or not there'd be an association between current transportation costs and the cost in a new configuration. What will happen? Our preschool programs. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fortuna. Ms. Chair Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very exciting proposal. We've been having some conversations about it for some time, but even seeing that idea board, I forget what you call it, is thrilling, makes me really eager to see more detailed site plans. And my day job is related to school facilities. So you mentioned tiny sinks and tiny toilets, and I get even more excited. So I know how important those things are, just in allowing teachers to get back to instruction quickly, and just being able to focus on what they're there to do. So it's very exciting. And my only question was also about funding on the capital side. Mr. Pierce, if you could just tell me briefly what, if any, sources we've identified so far.
So obviously the grant would be a large source for this. We are currently anticipating using Fund 49, which is our Melrose excess tax fund that we would use to augment any needs capital-wise above and beyond the grant.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'm not used to grants, especially in early education, that also address the capital side, which is a big barrier, not just for us.
Yeah, this was an unusual grant in that regard, for sure. It's not the typical funding that you and I are so used to with regard to the State Allocation Board and Office of Public School Construction.
Yeah.
And again, the uniqueness of the grant opportunity just lent itself to us thinking outside the box and coming up with a plan that we're presenting here today. And I can tell you that the architects that we've retained for this have truly taken this project to heart. Those folks, many of which are in this meeting as well, that saw some of the initial planning. They've worked with other school districts that have done similar programs. This site, from a physical perspective, is going to be truly enriching for those students and the environment that it's creating for them. So we'll be bringing that forward to the board as well. And I think you'll be very, very pleased with what's being proposed for the physical educational environment for these students.
I can't wait to see what you guys cook up. So one more question. I think it was Ms. Lipsky, somebody mentioned that the overall student population would be lower than what was there previously when it was functioning as Franklin Elementary. And I thought this is where you were going, Mr. Fortuna. The previous inhabitants of the school had concerns about ingress, egress, things like that. So I understand preschool, these are not kids that will be walking to school. And if they are, they're not walking to school alone. But I will be interested going forward in seeing, you know, how we've calculated trip generation and address the issues that were there previously. And that's all. Thank you.
And I think it's just an important point, and I do appreciate the question that Mr. Fortuna posed in that regard. I think we could talk for a long time about what occurred and what went on with regard to the decision to build the new Franklin. And I think it was the absolute right thing to do. One of the biggest shortcomings of old Franklin is the parking infrastructure, the drop-off infrastructure, the lack of curb, gutter, sidewalk, all those things that we're used to seeing with our elementary schools. And that 80% of the parents coming to Franklin were coming from the east side of Franklin Boulevard in a fully developed community that had a vacant school site in the heart of it. So again, with the grant opportunity and us challenging ourselves and thinking out of the box, you know, the majority of these students, because they're special needs and they have mandated transportation, they're going to come via bus, which is a much more efficient, controlled transportation aside from 800 parents lining up in their individual vehicles each morning and afternoon. So we will be happy to share that, but we just, the transportation piece is somewhat resolved just by virtue of the type of program and how those students will be getting to and from school each day.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Martinez-Delir?
Thank you for the presentation. I know my fellow colleagues had mentioned some concerns, but coming from the background of preschool, I know that this is a much needed, I'm sure my fellow colleagues feel the same way, much needed program and site for our students because of the growth that we've seen over the years and services for particular families. I know you alluded to earlier that this would be predominantly state preschool students. Are there still income eligibility guidelines for those students? And also, if you can please just touch on the different populations that state preschool currently serves for our students as well.
I can address that for you. Talking about general ed?
Yes, so that, yes.
Okay. In that area, we have two preschools. Both of them were at the old the old Franklin. Now they're at the new Franklin. One of them is Head Start. The other is state. So we can qualify students, general ed students for state in that area. There are enough to do that. Right now, most of our state classes, there are 13 of them, and they're more in the south side of the district. So we're excited to get, because those programs are always filled at Franklin, we're excited to get more opportunities for students.
And currently, right now, for the general population, what is the diversity makeup of the students that just generally, if you can speak to the students and the family, the student population, the ethnic backgrounds that you're currently serving?
Of the whole general ed preschool? Okay, mostly Asian and Hispanic families, and then African American after that. And we're actually working with the FACE department right now to provide more outreach to our African American families.
I'm also excited to hear that the site can potentially help to support some more parent workshops, because I know that's a proponent of preschool, that educational piece for the parents and families. So I'm excited with the prosperity of bringing more information to our families. My other last question, if you can please refresh my memory on the exact amount of how much the grant will be allocated for this specific center.
The total grant that we were that it encompasses is 18.3 million, and the grant that that was specifically awarded to us of that 18.3 is 12.6 million that the grant affords. other than the capital costs, the facility costs that are in-kind matches, the majority of the services, and this goes to Mr. Fortina's point, we're looking at this and we're approaching this in terms of the administrative structure and the staffing to be as cost neutral as possible, in that it is really just a consolidation and a movement of existing programs to this site. There will be some cost savings in terms of centralizing our service providers and such. And then we're looking at this in such a way to look at, and that's why we're working so closely with the pre-K division, is so that we can use existing administrative structures to give support to this program.
And with the current administrative structures, because you probably will be moving over some of the same staff that are already hired within the classroom, teacher staff, paraeducators, I'm assuming. So with that, will there be a development of any newer roles that you foresee down the road, like similar to somebody oversight administrator for this facility?
That's what I alluded to in the final slides of the presentation. We're working through that. We wanted to give the board an update in terms of the vision for the program and give you an update as to where we are. You know, we always welcome input to this and ideas. And so we're moving through that as sort of the next phase of consideration. With an opening of July 2022, we'd like to have that clear, you know, sometime over this summer so that we can start planning accordingly through the fall and the spring of next year.
Thank you. Again, I appreciate all the information that's provided and excited about the potential to have a site here to address all the students and pre-K needs with the growing population needs of our students and families. So thanks.
Well,
Thank you. Mr. Perez? You're on mute, sir. Mr. Perez, we can't hear you.
There
There
you
you
go.
go.
Last, I misplaced my my notes on the subject matter. I'm printing them out right now.
Oh, okay. Mr. Yang?
Hey, Beth, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, great. I thought this is a brilliant idea and a very exciting site and programs for all of us, and especially for the kids. Sounds like there's still a lot of uncertainties in terms of budgetings and so forth, and some other stuff. So we'll wait and see what that's going to look like in the near future. What I really want to see is if this does work according to, you know, what our end goal is. I would love to see this type of sites in different cities, as far as Rancho Cordova or South Sacramento, and so that that will shorten the travel time for our kids. And I thought that, you know, and just be more available to all of the kids in different cities. So that's all I have to say, but I'm really excited and looking forward to some of the positive outcomes in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. Mr. Perez, did you get your notes?
They're being printed, but here's my concern. Here's my concerns. Very similar to Mr. Forcina, and I expressed my thoughts about this project to Mr. Hoffman yesterday. There's no survey right now that we could see how many parents, and it's my understanding most of these schools are in the Franklin area. Is that correct? Franklin region?
they expand beyond that a bit more. They draw from, I think it's 13 different sites.
Yes. Well, that's another reason why I propose that we use the mapping software, the ArcView GIS mapping softwares, to do a spatial analysis of where these individual schools are at, in the classrooms, the data sets regarding how many students per school, and also a survey. I spoke about this issue yesterday, that we do not know or, for instance, I'll be really upset if my kids were going to such and such school, and then I would have to take them or being bused, all the way almost, what, how many miles do you expect the furthest one would be bused to? And all that bus time that those students are in the bus going to and from to that location. I like the concept, but I don't like them being drawn out, almost cross district. And then how many parents would be upset, having their kids bus all the way across district, across maybe all the way from Valley High School. Do we have anybody in Valley High School?
We're targeting servicing
Valley High School District coming.
Yeah, well, we're targeting, but starting this in the southern part of our district.
Correct.
We're starting with this. I mean, call it a pilot, if you will.
Right.
In terms of your concern, I think that's incumbent upon us as a leadership to educate our community on the benefits of this site. The site itself, aesthetically, in its design, the way it's going to facilitate this unique inclusion model, I think is going to draw a lot of interest, and it's going to be a desirable placement. And if we get out there, educate our community, we provide, if we have to provide tours, we once the facility is able to be shown, those are the things that we'll do.
Right. The other reality, Mr. Perez, is that many of these kids that we're serving aren't going to their neighborhood school already because they may not have the level of program, the specific program that the kid needs at their neighborhood school anyway. So these kids are already in many cases being transported to a school that's not their neighborhood school. And the other challenge is they move from one level to the next level. If the next level isn't available at the kid's school where he's currently attending, then the kid often has to change and move to another site. So one of the other advantages of this is there'll be multiple levels of the programs at one place. So when kids move from level to level, they're not having to change schools. So many of these kids aren't in there. We try whenever possible to have kids as close to their to their neighborhood school as possible. But the way we've had to slide these programs in across the district over time, it's just not uniformly distributed across the district. And this would actually, I think, in many cases, be very helpful for parents.
Well, okay, isn't it a fact that the latest legislation that California legislators have, they're going to give us monies, or school districts throughout California, funding for daycares and early childhood development classes within the school districts in California? That's my understanding, that they're going to start funding more, because of the fact that our legislators are supporting early childhood development, pre-K classes and all this. So why not build these centers or these structures right within the actual elementary schools where they're participating and go a little bit bigger, go up?
Well, I mean, the reality is we have a facility, we have a grant, and we have need. So again, this isn't to say this will be the last thing we would do in relation to early ed. And I do think, the governor, he's made the statement that early ed is his priority. And we in the last couple of years, we've received funding for special needs kids in the 3 to 4 year old range, where we never did before. So those are steps in the right direction. And again, I don't think this is the last thing we would ever do in trying to improve our service delivery model for our kids at this age group. But there's certainly an opportunity to jump on the opportunity that's been put in front of us right now.
So it's like, again, we do not have the data like that you mentioned, the issue that these students are jumping up another level. So how many of these students per school are jumping up another level?
We have all of that data. We've actually presented that to the board in the past, and we could do an update of that. But we did a preschool presentation summer before last, and we actually, Ms. Lipsky actually did the presentation and showed the actual success that we were having and moving kids from level to level. And the real goal of this piece is if kids move through all three levels, the goal is that they're not going to need self-contained classrooms the rest of their educational career with us in Elk Grove Unified. That's why this early ed work is so critical, is it pays dividends, for the next 12 years, 13 years for these kids. So it's really, really important work.
So, and you mentioned yesterday that you want to integrate them with a general populace or a regular student body, but who are these students when going to come from? What elementaries? That's what I'm wondering about. How if they're in such and such elementary, how are you going to determine which students are going to go to these particular to Franklin Elementary to integrate them with these special ed students? So are you going to
those integrated programs already exist? It's just a matter of them being housed in a different location, in a location that's built for them, instead of being fit into an elementary site that wasn't built for preschool kids. So that's the difference. But the integrated, that a lot of that already exists. It's a matter of having a better housing opportunity that's more programmatic, that's built to support the programmatic work that we're trying to do.
But you still haven't answered the question. Who these general ed students that you want to integrate at Franklin School Elementary, where are you going to get them from?
In the same way that we're getting them now. And if additional, what's nice about this too is, well, as families opt in for the preschool option, we look at the programs they're in, and we're going to look at the state program, and we're going to identify students for just in the same way we do now. And if we do get, to your point, if we do get additional funding for educating 3 to 5 year olds, we will look at expanding those opportunities and filling them in with our existing classrooms and our existing staff. And working with human resources, we're going to be looking for teachers who have both multiple subject and special education credentials. We're talking to Sacramento State and other universities.
Okay, I got it.
Use it programs, and there's a whole bunch of work going on behind the scenes in preparing and getting the right credentials that gives us the flexibility to adapt to any additional funding sources and filling the classrooms with greater numbers of so we can reach the inclusion aspect of the integrated model.
Okay. So what you're gonna do, you're gonna have a family that has two elementary students at school. You're gonna transfer or discontinue a preschool at that site with their 2 older brothers, then request this other individual, preschool individual, younger brother. You're gonna discontinue services at elementary. Then that younger brother student would have to go to that other Franklin High School for early childhood development.
And at a site that's built for them. I mean, that's really focused on
that's you're going to upset the community and the flow.
Mr. Perez, I would contend we're not going to discontinue any services. We're going to enhance those services.
No, what you're saying is that
if
you're going to open up a classroom, you're going to close services at a variety of elementary schools, and have one. I like the concept, but I think it's too big. You're going to close this elementary school classroom and have them general ed or the student body going to Franklin. Now, let me ask you this. The students that are special ed, they will be bused, correct? But the regular student the parents would have to take them there further, right? To a further location. To Franklin. They wouldn't be bused, regular students.
Yes, they might have to, yes.
Right?
Correct.
So that's another burden on those families that live within those schools. So you're saying that with if the older brothers went to that early childhood development or special or that elementary preschool setting, and we close that school down, the parents would have to jump in their car, right? And
Well,
take them to Franklin.
earlier, a lot of these students right now who are attending these programs, that's not their home school anyway. So that scenario that you're depicting already exists to some degree. What I would contend is that the inherent intrinsic benefits of this new site are going to far outweigh any of the inconveniences of having children at two sites. For that family that you're presenting, at some point, they're going to have children at two. As their older child goes to middle school, they're going to have a child at the middle school. They're going to have a child at the elementary school.
Well, yes, but when they're at that age, they could ride and walk with their brothers or sisters. Here, when these kids are too small, you know, they're like what 3 to 5. They have to be driven. You know, their older brother or sister cannot
Can
walk.
I add it? Tony, can I give you an example?
What?
Tony, this is Mr. Yang. Let me give you an example. So I live in South Sac, right? Sheldon and 99. My child who's in the development programs, he goes to a school not down the street of the elementary right next to my house, but he goes across town to what is it? Fruridge and Watts over there somewhere. So it's not like every elementary has this program for development students. So I think that what you say is very valid, but currently programmed, we don't have every elementary has these development programs. So it doesn't change that much. That's what Mr. Valley is saying to you. Does that make sense?
Well, I disagree with that.
Well, I'm just saying what's currently exists is we still have kids traveling across town. So that's the current,
yes, I understand what you're saying.
Having.
But what about the student that does not have a disability now? And they
it's the same
have
thing.
the services right there on the elementary school walking distance.
Right.
Now you would have to jump in your car, drive all the way to Franklin versus your local elementary school preschool. That's what I'm talking about.
Ms. Anderson, not to put you on the spot, does every elementary school in our district have preschool?
No. So
that's to Mr. Yang's point, Mr.
Already the case with our regular ed kids. It's
right,
their own.
regular or special ed.
That's my understanding.
Right.
That's why my kids has to go this far to go to his school.
So you're exactly right. And what I would portend for your consideration, Mr. Perez, is having this facility at this site is only going to expand our preschool opportunities for our students. So having this allows us to have additional preschool programs and opportunities for parents. Yeah. Again, I think the physical, the campus that we're going to build, should we move forward with this, to Mr. Riley's earlier point, is going to be so inviting to our general ed and our special ed preschool parents because of the physical environment that it's going to allow and afford. If you can imagine an entire campus being built specifically for the purpose of preschool, whether it's the playgrounds, the visual environment, the physical environment in the classrooms, the bathrooms, I mean, you name it, as opposed to landing a preschool program at a school that happens to have some capacity at the current time. So I think it's going to just broaden and expand preschool opportunities for our parents, not lessen them.
Okay.
Can I just jump in 1 second real quick? And Beth, I do have more questions when everybody has their turn. But to what Tony was saying, and there is legitimacy in knowing where do the kids currently live, not where do they currently go to school, because with special ed, they're going to go wherever there was space or specific program. But as an example, Franklin Elementary is not around the corner from McKee Elementary. That is a long drive to go from McKee all the way to Franklin.
Okay.
Yes, or, you know.
But the kids going to McKee aren't necessarily, largely are not McKee area kids that are in the PALS programs there. They're transported there.
Okay, I think there's been a clear concern about how our general ed kids, how far off the path they will be taken to participate in this event. So I think that expresses it correctly. Correct, Mr. Perez? We're way over time now. I'm trying to get us back on schedule, and I think you've expressed yourself clearly, and they've heard our concern.
I have one more statement. Like I said, I support the concept, but maybe regional by Franklin service area, a little bit within a school, high school or something. They have a whole bunch of playgrounds out there in the high schools. You know, even Florence High School has plenty of room for this type of situation. Maybe you ought to think of building a site like that over here in Florence High School area. There's a great
that could be something down the road, Mr. President.
And again, these pilot programs become full-time programs, you know, in the wrong places.
Okay. I think Mr. Fortino wanted to say something else, but I have lost him from my screen.
Yeah, he froze for a bit, so I'm not sure.
So Mr. Fortino, I'm going to ask you if you can follow up with staff so we can move on to this next part. And hopefully you'll get back on for this vote. Fun to move on to the consent agenda. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm thrilled as a child who's had some special needs. I think this specialized idea is fantastic. I think the idea of building someplace that nourishes someone from the beginning of their journey to the end is exceptional. I've recalled receiving letters from parents before about how their child was moved 2 or 3 times in the process due to limitations of space, and having to try to explain that to parents in the special education world is very difficult. I've toured the schools out at, I believe it's Prairie, where we have a rather large one, some other places, and they had enough room to make it happen, but I know splitting those things is very difficult. So I look forward to talking about this more. Thank you for your presentation, and I hope you guys all have a great day. Oh, and good, we have Mr. Fortino back. I was just thinking that Mr. Fortino, we're behind time. Did you need to ask that today, or could you follow up with someone? You're on mute. You're muted. And now you're gone.
There is something going on with this computer right now. I know we had problems earlier.
Yes, me too.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Price. Can you mute? Mr. Fortino, do you have one? Do you want to, can you type it in the chat? Would that help?
Can I make a quick comment before Mr. Fortino connect?
Yeah.
I also want to, echo what Tony just said about the distance of each student lives from that site. And that's why I said earlier that, we please have the staff and the leader of the school to look into possibly expand this to different locations. So I concur with you, Mr. Perez, for 100%. So I just want to put that on record.
Okay. Mr. Fortino, I can see you. I see you want to talk. I can't hear you though. And you're really, can you type in the chat at all? I'd be happy to read your question.
Well, he looks like he's very upset.
Well, I think he's pretty frustrated. Do you want to call me on my telephone, Mr. Fortino? I'm happy to relay your question.
He's upset because he can't get in anymore.
Yeah.
We can't get his computer to speak to let him speak. Again, do you want to call me on your telephone, Mr. Fortino? I'm happy to relay it.
Salviani, let Mr. Mate give Carmen a call so we don't
okay, sounds good.
his line to see if we can get help to get him back on the. So Carmen, Steve will give you a call.
Okay, can you hear me now?
There we go.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, there are a number of things that for me are really important, and I think for the public listening in also. First of all, you know, I really believe that on this and a lot of other subjects, that when people hear what I am saying, they think I'm in disagreement, so they tune me out. I was running preschool programs 40 years ago, starting at birth. I know the value, and for special education kids, I really know the value in early intervention. The earlier you can begin to work with many kids, you guarantee that they're not going to have to be in special ed all their life. So I understand that. But given that, Janet, are we guaranteed to get additional state preschool spots?
Well, it would be additional. One of the E's in the IE is expanded.
I know. Are we, I know the process. Are we guaranteed to get additional state preschool spots?
We have not applied for additional spots yet.
Okay, so we don't have them. In terms of this whole discussion, and it gets back into another area for me, and that's the whole area of inclusion. And with inclusion, I suppose you make a decision in terms of its value. You either do it up front or you do it after the fact. And I think what we're looking at once again is doing it after the fact. Where are the parents? Where are the teachers? Where are the site administrators? I get uncomfortable about developing plans and then giving them to people and say, well, react to it. Because at the point in time plans are given to parents and others, the decision's already been made. Their input really doesn't make any difference.
Mr. Persina, to speak to that, I mean, we've had feedback, and Ms. Albiani spoke to it while you were interrupted. But me, I think every board member has received feedback for years about the frustration of our families when the kids move from one level program to the next and they have to change schools. So there's been, the reason we're thinking about this is because there's been feedback that we've received for years that from our principals, you're going to have another PALS class on my well, that means I don't get to use that classroom for something else I was going to be using it for. So we've been competing with this set of resources for the needs of the kids, the needs of the school site, and also of the meeting the needs of the parents. So this has been, it wasn't like the idea came out of nowhere. It's come out of years of feedback.
You twist my words.
I didn't try to twist anything, Mr.
Oh, yes, you did. Parents having expressed concerns over the years is not input on a plan. Those are two very, very different things.
Agreed.
Now we're talking about a plan.
The reason for doing this is in response to what we've heard over the years.
Which have been extemporaneous comments. They've not been comments based on a plan. And that's a real difference.
Based on the lived experience of kids and families.
I will never agree with you on that. I just won't agree with you.
Here's another issue. If a parent like me, my special ed child went to preschool at Anna Kirchgater, full inclusion. I knew he was going to get full inclusion at preschool, kindergarten. It was even flow all the way to the 6th grade. And that's what I'm thinking about also. If a parent wants his student or her student to go to an elementary school within the block, within their neighborhood, with those neighborhood kids, full inclusion, are we going to deny that transitional process that's been going on?
We work with individual families in those kinds of situations, Mr.
What?
Those are individual student and family conversations potentially through the IEP process.
But that's a problem with our district. Nobody educates those parents with special ed that they're entitled to ask or request their parents or their students to do full inclusion in their neighborhood elementary school setting. And then they get bused to this other place. No, I don't. That's another thing I've been thinking about.
All right.
My issues just center around full discussion and potential additional cost to the school district when we haven't taken the time to look at all of our needs, to commit to something that may require additional cost.
We understand that, Mr.
Without looking at other
piece.
Okay, then you know where I stand.
Okay. Also, yesterday I brought up the issue of Jesse Baker site. We could develop that site for this type of situation. Think about that, Jesse Baker, where all these students need a site like that right there in that geographical area.
Okay.
President,
Thank you.
Can I just extend an invitation for anyone to make an appointment with me to talk about these issues, to share the perspective? Because part of the rationale for sharing it today was to bring several new board members who never heard of this grant before, since it was just recently granted, and to give the board as a whole an update in terms of where we are and our thinking about it. This site isn't scheduled to open up until July 2022, so we have time. That was one of the reasons why we pushed to squeeze it into this day workshop, because we want the input. We want it to be inclusive. We're still, the planning is not done. It was meant to be an opening of a door, and I just want to emphasize that. I'm available, members of my team are available. I'm sure I speak for Dr. Graywall as well. We're open and we're welcome, and we want it to be inclusive.
That's a great suggestion. I'm in it if that's going to happen.
Yes, I think just reach out to Mr. Riley and he will help set that up. You guys have some very valid points that I think he'll be happy to discuss with you. We're now hitting 1:36 on our time.
Are we going to have a general meeting at some point in time that's open to the public and others as interested?
First, on the preschool subject?
Yeah.
On this preschool subject? I think we'll be able to work through some additional ways to gather input, yes. I would like to move on to the consent agenda. Ms. Soriano, do you have any public comment related to the consent agenda item?
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no public comments related to the consent agenda.
Thank you. I'd like to call for a motion to approve items 1 through 3 on the consent agenda.
So moved. Madam Chair, so moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Charis Espinoza, seconded by Dr. Martinez-Soler. Roll call vote, Mr. Fortuna.
Aye.
Thank you. Ms. Charis Espinoza.
Aye.
Dr. Martinez-Soler.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Thank you. Mr. Yang.
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson.
Aye.
And myself, it's unanimous. Great job, guys. We just made up minutes. Here we go. Action items. Resolution for the 2021 International Day of the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. I'd like to call on Ms. Serrano to read any public comments related to this item. Sorry, Anna.
Yes, Madam Board President Albiani, there are a few public comments related to this item. The first comment is anonymous. With regards to the resolution for 2021 International Day of Elimination of Racial Discrimination and considering that schools will be reopening soon, I encourage the board to take further action against racial discrimination in our district. It is well known and reported that Black and Latinx students are disproportionately arrested and disciplined at higher rates than their peers, and the presence of police on campus has a lot to do with this. For Black and brown students, being arrested by school police is often their introduction to the criminal justice system, which perpetuates the school to prison pipeline. It is time for EGUSD to end their contract with SAC PD and SAC Sheriff and instead invest those funds in supporting and promoting the social, emotional, behavioral, and mental health of students, which is equally important in promoting school safety and promoting safe, supportive, and effective schools. The next comment is anonymous. With the violent aggression and harassment against Asian Pacific Islanders, or Asian Pacific Islanders happening around the country, what can the AGUSD board do to ease these worries and fears of parents and kids? The next comment comes from Dominic Williams. Voting to recognize March 21st as the International Day of the Elimination of Racial Discrimination is meaningless when we continue to partner with the Elk Grove Police Department to police our schools. My name is Dominic Williams. I grew up in Sacramento and went to all EGUSD schools, Union House, Samuel Jackman, and then Valley High School. I was a successful student, being the first in my family to attend a university and one of 2 students in my entire graduating high school class to attend the University of California, Berkeley. I now work in the California Assembly and am applying to law school. I love my community. At Valley High School, I advocated to district administration to bring funding to Valley High to promote a safe and unified campus climate. While at university, I spent my breaks as a volunteer tutor and spoke to Valley High students about the college-going process. After college, I brought in and taught young volunteers how to organize and be skilled self-advocates. I deeply care for the neighborhoods that this school district serves. Therefore, it pains me to see this symbolic vote on agenda item D7-1, while EGUSD is still partnered with an institution built from and with roots in racial discrimination and violence. Community members can attest to the racial discrimination and brutality that emanates from the Elk Grove PD when interacting with the public. I have my own story of being racially profiled while driving my father's car. But aside from the anecdotes, there is a national movement recognizing the necessary degree of separation that must occur between our schools and our police departments. Students surveyed around the country, we are finding out, feel less safe with police officers on their campuses. We relegate our youth to identities of criminality when bad behavior is met with police discipline, rather than school counselors or school workers that can more carefully assess the problem and react to it. They are better equipped and better trained than officers in these situations. If we are to continue with this vote, I cannot uphold and abet the school to prison pipeline. We cannot allow students of color to feel less safe. I challenge this board to work with all members of the community to make this vote more meaningful and truly address racial discrimination by ensuring the safety of all our students. I look forward to working with you. Dominic Williams with his information. The next comment comes from Hifzin Homaira Ali. With regards to the resolution for 2021 International Day of Elimination of Racial Discrimination and considering that schools will be reopening soon, I encourage the board to take further action against racial discrimination in our district. It is well known and reported that Black and Latinx students are disproportionately arrested and disciplined at higher rates than their peers, and the presence of police on campus has a lot to do with this. For Black and brown students, being arrested by school police is often their introduction to the criminal justice system, which perpetuates the school to prison pipeline. It's time for EGUSD to end their contract with the Sacramento PD and the Sacramento Sheriff and instead invest those funds in supporting and promoting social, emotional, behavioral, and mental health, in promoting the social, emotional, behavioral, and mental health of students, which is equally important in promoting school safety and promoting supportive and effective schools. The next comment comes from Sarah Ayin. My name is Sarah Ayin, and I am a community member living in the Elk Grove Unified School District. I applaud EGUSD for its vote to recognize March 21st as the International Day of the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. However, this vote on agenda item number D71 will remain simply symbolic if we do not also act. And we must reevaluate our relationship with Elk Grove Police Department and Sacramento County Sheriff's Department if we are truly committed to eliminating racial discrimination. As someone who has graduated Valley High School and currently has a family member attending, I find the presence of officers highly unnecessary. EGUSD is falsely relying on these departments to be trained in handling diverse populations and the different needs of each community, but have proven that they are not properly equipped. The money spent on contracting these departments are better used through counseling services and community liaisons. For us, ending racial discrimination looks like stopping the school to prison pipeline through meaningful action. The Elk Grove Police Department and Sacramento County Sheriff's Department is an institution that, as an institution, should not be involved in disciplining our community's children in our schools. With our national reckoning of policing and police abuse, from the deaths of George Floyd last summer to the death of Stephen Clark to a few years back, I, as a community member, want this school district to include me and my community in reevaluating our district's relationship with both departments and take steps to phasing out unnecessary interactions with our community's kids. I call on EGUSD to not just take this vote, but also act to root out racial discrimination seriously and sincerely. And that concludes the public comments for this particular board agenda item.
All right. We ask that staff follows up with public comment to those people. Ms. Pinkerton, could you please present the item?
Yes, Madam Board President. I would like to present the resolution for the International Day of the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. I'll read through the resolution. Whereas the Elk Grove Unified School District believes that equity is a fundamental component of student success and equity in when all staff focus on promoting practices to close persistent gaps of opportunity, access, achievement, expectations, and resources where equality and non-discrimination are integrated into the mindset, work, and lives of every student, teacher, and staff member, recognized as core institutional values and informs thinking, policies, and practices throughout our schools, inherently intertwined with academic excellence in the goal of developing leaders for a globally inclusive society. Whereas with this belief, the Elk Grove Unified School District will ensure that decisions, policies, and practices are supportive of students' learning, growth, and development, fostering the ultimate goal of all students becoming college, career, and life ready. Whereas the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination is observed annually on March 21st as a result of a call to the international community to redouble its effort to eliminate all forms of racial discrimination. Whereas the General Assembly decided that a week of solidarity with the peoples struggling against racism and racial discrimination beginning on March 21st would be organized annually in all states. And whereas the apartheid system of South Africa has been since dismantled and racist laws and practices have been abolished in many countries, and that an international framework for fighting racism, guided by the International Convention on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, has been built. The Convention on the Elimination of the Convention is now nearing universal ratification. Yet still in all regions, too many individuals, communities, and societies suffer from the injustice and stigma that racism brings. And whereas the theme of promoting tolerance, inclusion, unity, and respect for diversity in the context of combating racial discrimination supports that every person is entitled to human rights without discrimination and the rights to equality, and that non-discrimination are cornerstones of human rights law per Article 1 and 2 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Whereas racism, xenophobia, and intolerance are problems prevalent in all societies, and discriminatory practices are widespread, particularly targeting migrants and refugees, as well as people of African descent, states are urged to take comprehensive measures to combat racism. racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance, and to promote tolerance, inclusion, unity, and respect for diversity. Now, therefore, the board is asked to resolve that every day, each and every one of us can stand up against racial prejudice and intolerant attitudes, and the board is asked to recognize March 21st as the International Day of the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, and that we encourage schools, students, parents, and the community to join us in fighting racism and standing up for human rights. Hashtag fight racism.
Thank you. May I have a motion to adopt resolution number 53, recognizing March 21st, 2021 as the International Day of the Elimination of Racial Discrimination?
Madam Chair, discussion will be after the motion or after the vote? Okay, so moved.
Moved by Ms. Cheris Espinoza,
Second.
a second by Mr. Perez. Then can you mute Mr. Perez? Okay, Ms. Cheris Espinoza, you wanted to make a comment?
Yeah, I guess I want to say first, I'm grateful to folks who took the time to provide public comment. It was frankly what I was anticipating, because they have rightly identified where the work is for us as a district. And I know we've been struggling the last year, you know, with the very basic of how to provide instructional, you know, delivery and getting people back physically into schools. But these issues that have been brought up and that pertain to the resolution are going to be back on the you know, front burner, whatever the expression is, very quickly. You know, we have already heard that, you know, unfortunately or fortunately, for many students, distance learning has been a respite from racism and hostile or you know, culturally not competent environments. So this is going to be upon us pretty quickly once we start having more face-to-face interaction. And I, for one, am looking forward to getting back to that work that I think we were progressing on prior to the pandemic. And the other thing I want to say is we've made some progress with other types of resolutions in not bringing forth things that are purely symbolic, which I, for one, don't think is the best use of our time. I would just like to see us, you know, redouble our efforts. So, you know, and I didn't raise this before, so I'm not calling anybody out, but with things like this, let's not present a resolution that is just a symbolic statement, right? If we think it's worth putting on our agenda and voting on it, let's make a statement with our actions. So just going forward, if something like this is being considered for the agenda, like our, you know, Black History Month, things of that nature, I would just like to see it accompanied with some substance that shows that we are incorporating, you know, related lessons across the curriculum and things like that, or the actions that we are taking as a board. So just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Yeah, good, very good points. Thank you. Mr. Fortune, I see you. Go ahead, sir. Okay, Mr. Perez, I see you next. You're unmuted, Mr. Fortuna, just speak. Okay, we will come back to you. Mr. Perez?
Got cut off again. Yeah, I've been having those same thoughts last year. I'm glad you said that, Ms. Chaitis Espinosa, because, you know, I like to see more curriculum developed during this time and maybe passing it out to different high schools, middle schools, and elementary schools within our district. Maybe have a presentation, you know, right here at the board of, you know, Black History Month, you know, music, scholars, things like that, presentation, or, so that's all I want to say.
Thank you. Mr. Fortuna?
Ms. Albiani, I'm on the phone with him right now.
Okay.
He's having some computer issues going on, so we're trying to take care of things remotely.
Okay.
Madam Board President, I would like to share that we are working on the campaign specifically regarding this particular resolution, that in how we share out the information, just like we did for Black History Month and several of the other campaign resolutions that we have. And so we're working together with Matt from Educational Equity, as well as with Danielle Black from Curriculum, and to make sure that we have both content, things that can be used in the classroom, as well as things that we can use to push out on social media and whatnot. And most of that will be focused on the hashtag Fight Racism, which is a very good resource.
Thank you for that.
Hey Beth, are you calling out each of us, or we just kind of say
You know,
what?
usually we don't even just, we usually just pass resolutions, but if you have something to add, please do. We're also trying to wait for Mr. Fortuna because I know he wants to add something.
Sure. You know, something like racial discrimination, I think is a very serious topic. It's been going on for, you know, a long time before us and probably after us. And I thought that this is an opportunity for us to make it more, I guess, tangible. And I do agree with Tony and Nancy on that. You know what, we have to be more of display instead of just blacks and white in terms of writing up, you know, and voting on resolution, because at the end of the day, to be effective, you know, it has to be seen, it has to be heard. And I think that that is something that we have to put,
I mean, it's just doing goofy.
we
Okay,
have to
we
put
hear you now.
more
Hear you
effort
now,
to
Mr.
make
O'Malley.
sure that that will bring into life in terms of seeing it and hearing it, and particularly the students, which will be soon, they will be parents and they will have kids that have, I mean, they soon will have kids. So if they benefit from our teaching, their kids will be benefit from our teaching as well, because they will be benefit from their teaching. So it has a multiple effect. So I just want to throw that out there as well.
Yes, and Mr. Yang, I just want to make sure you understand, when we do these resolutions on the whole, there are materials that are sent out to our school. I was recently working on a book project and I was able to use our resolutions for lists of books that were culturally appropriate and such. So, Mr. Fortuna.
I am finally back.
Hi.
Steve and I have been going back and forth. Getting back, I wanted to speak to Nancy's point. And it's been addressed before by different people, Lorraine Pryor and others. We pass resolutions frequently. And it's kind of like you're the good guy because you passed this resolution. But the resolution is meaningless unless it's followed with something of substance. And so for me, with respect to this particular resolution, and it really is interrelated with so many others that we have on bullying and other items, what are we going to do differently than we always do to ensure that we have a different result?
Mr. Oriano,
We pass resolutions, we send materials to the school site, and then from my perspective, as a board, we go, we did our job, but we haven't done our job if we don't have assurances that there are solid programs put in place to change the narrative. So I totally agree with what Nancy was saying.
Okay. Ms. Serrano did go over what they have done in addition to the resolution while you were in your technical limbo, for lack of a more appropriate word.
We'll do a BC like we do with many others that'll follow up and show the materials and things that they're going on.
Are getting
We'll
sent.
provide that as a BC.
Okay. I'd like to take a vote to pass the motion to adopt resolution number 53, recognizing March 21st, 2021 as the International Day of the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. Ms. Charis Espinoza.
Aye.
Dr. Martinez Soler.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Yes, aye.
Thank you. Mr. Yang.
Aye.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson.
Aye.
Mr. Forshino.
Aye.
And myself is unanimous. Thank you. Our next item is our second interim report. Ms. Soriano, is that right? Soriano?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ms. Soriano, would you please read any public comment related to this item?
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no public comments related to item number 2 under the action items.
Thank you. Then I'd like to call on Ms. Hayes to present the item.
Good afternoon, President Albiani, members of the board, and Superintendent Hoffman. I have the pleasure of bringing to you the second interim financial report. I just want to take a moment just to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for allowing me to serve as your Chief Financial Officer. Truly love my job to death. Filing a negative certification at first interim was very difficult for me. Knowing the work that comes with that, knowing the exposure that has for our district, knowing all of the implications that it has as far as borrowing funds and selling of bonds and all that comes with that. Being one of 3 districts that was honest with their multi-year projections, I'm proud of the work that we've done. I'm proud of the support that I get from Superintendent Hoffman and from Mr. Pierce. And so I'm very pleased that at least the assumptions and the groundwork that is the basis for our budget is very, very sound. And you'll see that as we go through the presentation today. We will be asking the board to take action on our state financials, filing a positive certification. And we do have a little bit of cash issues still, but not significant like we thought they were going to be when we filed at first interim. So with that, we'll start the presentation. We're going to look at the proposal of the governor that he put out in January in terms of Prop 98. We'll look at enrollment in ADA. We'll look at changes from first interim to second interim. We'll look at the unrestricted general fund multi-year projections, and then our components that are in our multi-year projections, and then where we go after this point in time. So looking at Prop 98 and what the governor has proposed, he has proposed to increase Proposition 98 funding by $2 billion. It's comprised of a cost of living adjustment, or COLA, for fiscal year 21-22, which is at 3.84%, which is actually a combination compounded over 2021 into 21-22. So it's really 2.31% we should have received for this school year, plus an additional 1.5, which is our normal statutory COLA projection for 21-22. Other education programs that are funded outside of the Prop 98, or excuse me, outside of LCFF, special education is one of those. Our mandate block grant is another one of those. They will receive a 1.5% cost of living adjustment. He has set aside $300 million statewide for special education early intervention grants, $25 million statewide for partnerships to support student mental health services, $540 million for investments in educator effectiveness. It's actually split into 2 components. $315.3 million statewide to support professional learning, and $225 million statewide to continue support and expansion of existing teacher pipeline. There's $250 million set aside statewide for expansion of transitional kindergarten, $50 million statewide to provide training for transition kindergarten and kindergarten teachers, $264.9 million statewide to support school districts in expanding existing networks of community schools, and then $400 million to implement incentive program to increase early intervention behavior health services, and another 25 million statewide to expand Mental Health Services Act Partnership Grant Program. We've seen throughout the different presentations from the governor, both in his state address and in his financial projections, preschool being a priority for him. That's why you see the increases with TK and K, and mental health services. So since we have been in this state of COVID since a year ago this month, that has been on his forefront, is with mental health services for our students. Looking at enrollment trends, this actually, I've updated this slide actually this morning, so it's different than what was in your packet. This slide compares what our actual enrollment CBEDS information is, and it compares the change in ADA. So when we look at fiscal year 1920, we had an increase of 487 students over the prior year 1819 CBEDS. So that's a good sign. It means we're growing. However, when we look at the change in ADA, we went from an increase of 237 and then we increased 625. So in a normal year, we would be excited about that. It means we're really, really growing. It means we have kids in seats. It means all kinds of things for us. However, through SB, gosh, I forget what number it was, 117, districts are funded on attendance as of February 29th of 2020. That number is then static, and that's how we're funded going forward in 2021. The reason why the 625 is high is because when you cut off your attendance at the end of February, we lost attendance activity for March and April. So our district is paid on what we call P2, it's period 2, which is the cutoff of April 15th. And because of that gap in attendance, we think that 625 is too high. We would normally grow between 200 and 300 ADA year over year. And if you recall, we have built into our projected budget a value of 80 ADA as a way to capture that increase in ADA year over year. So looking at 2021, the state did hold us harmless with ADA. So the same amount of ADA we were paid for in 1920 is the same amount of ADA we will be paid on in 2021. However, there is an enrollment component to the LCFF, and that enrollment component dictates what our unduplicated pupil percentage is. So based on that enrollment number, it's going to drive how much we get through the LCFF in the form of supplemental and concentration funding. And as you can see, when we came forward into 2021 school year and we compare current year CBEDS, which was October of 2020, to the prior year CBEDS, which was October of 2019, we've lost 412 enrolled students across all grades. So that's important for a couple of reasons. We can't tell if we're really declining. We would hope we're not declining. Our projections going forward have us back to, I believe it's 1920 levels as far as enrollment's concerned. And we've done the same thing with our unduplicated pupil percentage. We really honestly think that this 412 reduction in student enrollment is directly related to COVID. And we're hoping that once students are able to come back to in-person instruction full-time, that number will go back up to what we're used to. So we're watching this very, very closely. We have recognized the revenue change in regards to our unduplicated pupil percentage, but we do have a projection going forward that puts us back flat. So looking at the unduplicated counts, the black line represents that percentage of students. So the unduplicated pupil percentage are students that are either EL, foster youth, or socioeconomically disadvantaged. So those 3 kid counts are unduplicated. So we only count a student once. So even though that same student may be in all 3 categories, we only count them once. The LCFF is funded on a 3-year rolling average. So the black line represents our percentage of unduplicated pupils as of census day. So we dropped below the 55%. And as you recall, if we stay above 55%, then we're able to get the concentration portion of LCFF. But because we dropped, we have this 3-year rolling average. So our funding amount, we anticipated to be up in the 56%. And this is probably where we will land on an ongoing basis. But because of lack of meal forms and lack of identifying children in the current year, the 3-year rolling average has dropped from 56 to 55.2. So thank goodness the state lets us go out multiple digits out here. Otherwise, we would have lost the concentration portion completely. So what we're hoping is that our enrollment goes back to where it was in the prior year. We're hoping that once children are back in person learning full time, that they will be able to turn in their meal forms and our survey for LCFF funding. And if that's the case, then we hope that this percentage will go back up to the 56%. Looking at the changes, the budgetary changes between first interim and second interim, we didn't have a lot of changes. We had additional revenue that came in from the federal side through Medi-Cal administrative activities. And these are billings that certain groups in our district, usually from the special ed arena, if they are doing specific medical needed activities within a child's IEP, and if that child is Medi-Cal eligible, we are able to be reimbursed for some of those activities. And so this money doesn't come in year to year. It's very volatile. So we only recognize it when we actually receive it. And I believe at this point in time, we've only received 74 million. So it's not something that's a huge funding stream for us, but it does help. And then we did have the change with the unduplicated pupil counts, which we just talked about. And then with new grants coming into the district, we do have additional indirect cost credits. So what are those values and what do they look like? So the Medi-Cal administrative activities reimbursement is 70,000. Our change in our LCFF unduplicated pupil counts for current year, it was a $230,000 decrease. Going forward, it's about a $5 million hit if we follow the 3-year rolling average going forward. Expenditure changes, we had additional indirect credits of 40,000, and then our total change to our fund balance was an increase of 120,000. So very nominal changes going forward. And this is a snapshot of the periods of time in which we are required to report to our board. So you see the adopted budget, we had a surplus at that point of 5.2 million. At first interim, we made some adjustments with carryover and funding priorities that sent us into deficit spending $1 million. And then at second interim, we have that small amount of change of that 120,000. So not a lot of change happening across our budget right now, which is expected without changes in enrollment that are consistent from prior year. It's been a little bit difficult to project going forward, but we're going to assume that the kiddos all come back and our level of staffing is accurate in those kinds of things. So it's challenging this year, and next year will be challenging as well, but we're keeping a close eye on it. Then looking at the components of our multi-year projections, so for school year 21-22 and 22-23, the governor's COLA will give us an additional 22.2 million effective July 1 of 21, and 7.9 million assuming his budget is approved the way it's presented. The LCFF adjustment due to the 3-year rolling average of our UPP is actually a decrease ongoing of $5 million. Again, that number will fluctuate as we get more information from our enrollment in October of 21. Expenditures going forward, our staffing estimates are based on our projected CBEDS enrollment. Those enrollment numbers come from our facilities and planning department, and that's what our basis is used for teacher hiring. I think it's just teacher hiring and our special education staffing, not front office staff, usually not custodians or maintenance workers. It's usually the staffing that is in front of kids in the classroom every day. Then looking at our healthcare contributions, we run on a calendar year with our healthcare contributions. And so for 21-22, we're projecting a 4% increase. And then in 22-23 for 12 months, we're capturing an 8% increase. Our contribution rates for healthcare have not exceeded 8% in a number of years. They've hovered around 3 to 4%. So we believe that this is pretty accurate going forward. And then we've adjusted our rates for CalSTRS and CalPERS employee contributions based on School Services of California and what they are recommending going forward. Our class size agreement is approved and will expire June 30th of 22. So we will need to go back and negotiate that agreement. And then we have a new elementary school that's going to be opening in, I believe, the 22-23 school year. And when that happens, we do set aside an amount of money for startup costs and for the hiring of the principal and some support staff to help open the school. And it's usually 6 months before the opening of the school. So looking at our multi-year projections, this is what the board approved in December for first interim. You can see the estimated state revenue for fiscal year 21-22 and 22-23 were both 0. So at the point in time, first interim is done as of October 31st. That's the measurement point. The state adopted budget had 0 COLAs in place. So we did put that in our multi-year projection. In doing so, you can see how largely we were deficit spending. So $18 million deficit spending in the third year. The fourth year was estimated at $34 million. That, coupled with the fact of deferrals still being in play from the state, we felt that it was necessary to at least put on the table that we potentially could not meet our financial obligations. So this is why we ended up filing negative at first interim. Looking at second interim, whole different landscape for us. So I'm very excited, keeping my fingers crossed. 3.84% is probably going to happen. I wouldn't think it would fluctuate too dramatically. 22-23, we're using school services estimate, which is less than what the Department of Finance has put out. It's probably pretty reasonable, the 1.28%. We typically don't see anything above 2. If it's going to go above 2, that's usually because the LCFF factors don't have any built-in growth to go with them. So the only way districts can get additional money is for them to inflate the cost of living adjustment or COLA. So these will continue to watch. When the May revision comes out from the state, we will update these numbers going forward. And then you can see we have a surplus now in year 2 of 15 million, and then a surplus in year 3 of 4 million. In order to stay in a surplus situation, in order to expand program and to do, those kinds of things, just to keep operations going, if you will, this 7 million really needs to be in the neighborhood of 14 to 17. So we are going to continue to watch these going forward and see where we land. We have a nice reserve. We would probably like to see it a little bit higher, but 14% is somewhat comfortable. So right now, as of second interim, based on what the governor has proposed in his budget as of January, we are asking the board to certify our state reports as being positive. There is a cash component that is separate from our budget. So although we're budgeting this much in revenue coming in, the 601 million, there are deferrals, meaning cash is not coming in at that same level. And the deferrals took, I believe they started in February and they go all the way through to June. And I believe 100% of our June apportionment will be paid to us in July. What that means is at a point in time, June 30th, we have to have positive cash, and we're not projecting to have positive cash at the end of June. So we will be bringing back to the board a resolution to have interfund borrowing. We don't believe at this point we'll have to go out and actually do a trans, but that may change as soon as the May revise comes out. But right now, we think that there's enough monies within all district accounts that we will be able to shuffle it around in order to make everything whole. So besides Fund 1 being negative, we are also experiencing negative cash balances in Fund 12, which is our Child Development Fund, and also in Fund 13, which is our child nutrition fund. So with those 3 funds in place, we do believe even if they end with a negative cash balance, we have enough existing resources that we will bring back to the board and ask permission to move that money around. The next steps is the governors may revise, and then we will be bringing back to you guys in June our adopted budget for 21-22 school year. With that, I'll take any questions and then ask the board to take action on the state financial reports.
We'll get a motion, and then if there's any discussion, we'll have discussion, and then we'll vote. So we'll start by calling for a motion to approve the proposed 2021-2022 funding priorities.
I move approval.
Salviani, so this isn't a motion on the funding priorities, it's on first interim first.
Second interim.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I even got it wrong.
I'm
Second
sorry,
interim.
my bad.
Yeah, thank you.
I'd like to call for a motion to approve the 2021-2022 2020-2021 second interim financial report.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was reading the wrong page. Okay, Mr. Fortuna moved it again. A second by Mr. Perez, I heard. Thank you, Mr. Perez. And then we'll go just, Mr. Fortuna, do you have any comments as the holder of the motion?
Yes, I do. Shannon, why is Fund 12 negative?
So Fund 12 is supported 100% by grants from different granting agencies, and we get paid when we submit claims. So we submit claims monthly, and then we're paid after the fact. So the cash shortfall is usually not more than 60 days in arrears.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We're good, Mr. Fortuna?
Yes.
Okay, any other questions, or I'll start for a vote? Mr. Perez, you had a question?
Yes. Now, you mentioned the number of, when it falls under 55%, we lose supplemental concentration, correct?
We would lose a portion of supplemental, but we would lose 100% of what we've been receiving for the concentration.
Okay. And that could also be as a result of reclassification of English language learners?
That's correct.
And yeah, that's a concern of mine because this morning I overheard that they reclassified a 3rd grader or 2nd grader. And I know that a lot of English language learners, they're lifetime learners of English language. And I'd like maybe have this issue brought to the board as a board agenda so we could reanalyze and see how our present policy of reclassification English language learners has an impact on those numbers. I think, and is it the parents requesting? Is the parents requesting these transfers, or is it the school district? You know, these are questions.
Mr. Perez, we can certainly look at the criteria that we use, but the major issue with relation to hitting that 55% target is related to families identifying themselves for free and reduced lunch, and there were restrictions that were lifted this year that allowed families to still receive those services without having to identify themselves. And so that's an issue that's happening across the entire state. So we can certainly look at the reclass work that we're doing with our EL students, but the big distinction between why that number dropped is the number of students that are identified for free and reduced lunch. That's where we're having the biggest impact this year.
Okay, okay. That was my second point I wanted to bring up. Surveying the landscape of the California English learner reclassification policy. That's an issue. And then 2 is with this money, we